Section 1. The Nuclear Plant. Springfield's Dark Heart. There is a building at the edge of Springfield that should not exist. It sits on the banks of a river that has no consistent name, beneath a sky that is sometimes yellow and sometimes not. And inside its walls there are cooling towers that belch steam into the air around the clock, every single day for 30-plus years of television history. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is the most important location in the entire run of The Simpsons. Not the Simpson house, not Moe's Tavern, not the school or the church or the mall. The plant. Because the plant is where everything in Springfield ultimately comes from, and once you start looking at it carefully, really carefully, the way the writers clearly looked at it, you start to understand that it was never meant to be just a backdrop. It was meant to be a portrait. Let's start with something simple. Homer Simpson has worked at the nuclear power plant in Sector 7G as a safety inspector since before the show began. That's his job in the very first episode, and it remains his job for the entire run of the series. He is a safety inspector at a nuclear power plant, and he is, by every measurable standard, catastrophically bad at it. He sleeps at his console. He ignores warning lights. He has, on multiple documented occasions within the show's own narrative, nearly caused a meltdown. He once used a piece of candy as a replacement for a critical component in the reactor's cooling system, and when the candy melted, as candy does, nothing happened. The plant kept running. Everything was fine. That detail, the candy detail, is one of the show's most quietly devastating jokes. Because it isn't played as horror, it isn't framed as a near miss. It's just a gag, a throwaway moment of Homer being Homer. But embedded inside it is a genuinely dark observation about how nuclear safety actually works in America, about the gap between what safety regulations are supposed to do and what they actually do, about the fact that the people we trust to prevent catastrophe are often just people, tired, distracted, underpaid, motivated primarily by the desire to get through the day without anything going visibly wrong. The show knew this. The writers absolutely knew this. Because everything about the plant, every physical detail, every recurring joke, every design choice is engineered to say something real about the nature of industrial capitalism and the way it treats human beings as instruments. Look at the physical space. Sector 7G, where Homer works, is a room full of identical consoles staffed by workers who seem to have no relationship to each other and no particular understanding of what they're doing. The safety manuals are wrong. The equipment is outdated. The warning labels are missing or illegible. There is a plaque on the wall in one episode that, on close inspection, contains the phrase, "Caution, do not eat," in reference to something that should obviously not need that warning. The emergency procedures binder, glimpsed briefly in another episode, appears to be mostly blank. In the episode where Homer is evaluated for his job performance, his supervisor notes with apparent approval that Homer has not technically caused a meltdown, which is treated as adequate grounds for continued employment. Charles Montgomery Burns, the plant's owner, is one of the great villain characters in American television history. And one of the reasons he works so well is that he isn't quite a villain in the traditional sense. He doesn't cackle or scheme for the sake of it. He is simply very, very old and very, very rich, and he has arranged his entire world around the premise that other people exist to serve his interests. He was born in the 19th century. The show is explicit about this, placing his birth somewhere in the 1880s, which means he has lived through the entire arc of American industrial capitalism, from the Gilded Age through the robber barons, through the New Deal, through the post-war boom, and he has absorbed none of its lessons. He is not a product of his times. He is a product of one specific moment in time that he has simply refused to leave. This is the thing about Burns that the show keeps returning to in its best episodes. He isn't evil because he enjoys cruelty, though sometimes he does. He's evil because he genuinely cannot conceive of a world in which other people's suffering matters. He forgets Homer's name in almost every episode they share, even episodes where Homer has saved his life or performed some significant service. He cannot retain the information, not because he is senile, though the show plays with this too, but because Homer is simply not the kind of entity that registers in Burns's mental accounting. Workers are instruments. Instruments don't have names. There's a detail in the episode Burns Verkaufen der Kraftwerk, Season 3, where the plant is temporarily sold to a German company, and the new owners come in and are shocked by what they find. They call the safety record a catastrophe waiting to happen. They describe the equipment as decades out of date. They find Homer's file and are baffled that someone with his record has been retained. And then, at the end of the episode, Burns buys the plant back, and everything returns to exactly how it was. The German owners are gone. The improvements are gone. The suggestion that something needed to change is simply erased. Springfield snaps back to its previous state like a rubber band, and Homer is back at his console, and the candy is back in the cooling system, and nothing has been learned. This is the show's central metaphysical condition, the reset. But the plant episodes use it differently than most of the rest of the series. When Homer goes on a diet and loses weight, he gains it back. When Bart makes a genuine breakthrough in his relationship with a teacher, the relationship ends. When Springfield briefly becomes a better place, it reverts. These resets are usually played for comedy, and they're usually about the characters. But the plant's reset is structural. The plant returns to dangerous because dangerous is the natural state of late capitalism. Burns returns to power because concentrated wealth returns to power. The warning signs are ignored because warning signs are always ignored until something goes wrong, and even then, often after. One of the most astonishing details in the show's entire run comes from an early episode where Burns is being examined by a doctor and is told that he is, medically speaking, riddled with disease. Every illness known to medicine, simultaneously, and the doctor explains that this shouldn't be possible, that the sheer number of conditions Burns carries should have killed him long ago, but that they exist in a kind of equilibrium, each disease preventing the others from fully taking hold. And as a result, Burns is essentially unkillable. He is too sick to die. The metaphor here isn't subtle, but it doesn't need to be. The plant operates on the same principle. It is too broken to fail, in the sense that its failures are so numerous and so interdependent that they cancel each other out. The candy works as a reactor component because the reactor was already operating on improvised solutions. Homer is the best safety inspector available because the bar for what safety inspector means has been so thoroughly lowered that competence no longer applies. The whole system maintains itself not through excellence, but through the accumulated weight of its own dysfunction. And it will continue to do so until something from outside, a regulator, a competitor, a catastrophe, forces a change. And in Springfield, nothing from outside ever quite arrives. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission visits the plant in the episode Homer's Odyssey, and in several subsequent episodes, and the show's treatment of these visits is a masterclass in satirical precision. The inspectors are not corrupt. They're not paid off by Burns, at least not explicitly. They're just completely ineffective, rendered powerless by a combination of bureaucratic procedure, Burns's practice charm, and the sheer normalization of the plant's dysfunction. By the time the inspectors arrive, everything wrong with the plant has become so ordinary that it no longer reads as a violation. The safety manual is wrong, but it's consistently wrong, so it's technically accurate to itself. The equipment is outdated, but it's been outdated for so long that it now qualifies as a known condition rather than a deficiency. Homer is a danger, but he hasn't technically caused a meltdown, so his record is technically clean. There's a version of The Simpsons that plays all of this as farce and nothing more, as pure exaggeration for comedic effect. And on the surface, that's what it looks like. But the writers were too precise, too consistent, too clearly informed about how actual industrial and regulatory systems work for the satire to be accidental. Phil Hartman and the team that built the plant's world were making specific arguments about specific things, about OSHA, about the NRC, about the way that private ownership of critical infrastructure tends to produce exactly the gap between nominal and actual safety that the plant embodies. The workers, too, are drawn with unusual care. Lenny and Carl, Homer's closest friends at the plant, are more interesting than they're usually given credit for. Lenny Leonard has a master's degree in nuclear physics that is referenced once in an early episode and then essentially never mentioned again. Carl Carlson has multiple advanced degrees and has been written in various episodes as having a law degree, an MBA, and at least one postgraduate qualification in a technical field. Both of these men are spending their careers in Sector 7G. doing a job that requires none of their qualifications, because that is what the labor market in Springfield has produced. Their education is irrelevant. Their intelligence is irrelevant. What the plant needs is bodies at consoles, and that is what it gets. This is, again, a specific observation, not a broad one. Not isn't capitalism bad, though the show has that view, but a specific, accurate observation about the way that industrial employment tends to pool skilled labor and then squander it, about the way that educational credentials and actual job requirements often have no relationship to each other, about the way that smart people end up doing dumb jobs, not because they failed, but because the system simply doesn't need their intelligence. Burns's relationship with Smithers deserves extended attention here. Wayland Smithers is Burns's personal assistant, his aide, his most loyal employee. And over the course of the series, it becomes clear that Smithers is genuinely devoted to Burns in a way that goes far beyond professional obligation. The show handles this with a complexity that was, frankly, remarkable for an animated primetime comedy of its era, acknowledging Smithers' devotion, making it clearly about more than employment, while also making it clear that Burns is essentially oblivious to the depth of what Smithers feels. What the show never lets you forget, though, is that this devotion exists within a power relationship. Smithers works for Burns. Burns can fire Smithers. Burns has fired Smithers in episodes where their relationship reaches some kind of breaking point, and Smithers always returns, because whatever his personal feelings are, the structure of his life is built around this job, this man, this building. The plant traps everyone in the end. It traps Homer through economic necessity. It traps Lenny and Carl through inertia. It traps Smithers through a combination of loyalty and love and the absence of any clear alternative. And it keeps Burns in a kind of permanent isolation, surrounded by people who depend on him without anyone who genuinely connects with him. The thermal pollution subplot, which runs through several episodes, is worth noting. The plant regularly dumps waste into the Springfield River, turning sections of it into glowing, multicolored liquid, and producing fish with deformities that the townspeople have simply incorporated into their diet. Blinky, the three-eyed fish, is the most famous product of this dumping, and Blinky becomes briefly famous in an episode where Burns runs for governor, and his opponents use the fish as evidence of the plant's environmental damage. Burns's response is to frame the mutation as a positive development. More eyes is better, evolutionarily speaking. And while this doesn't ultimately work politically, the episode's point is less about the political outcome than about the rhetorical move itself. The damage is real. The evidence is sitting right there, flopping on the plate, and the response is not denial but reframing. This isn't a symptom of harm, it's an example of adaptation. Progress, even. If you've watched the show and taken the plant for granted, as most viewers do, go back and watch just the plant episodes with fresh eyes. Watch Homer's Odyssey. Watch Burns' Verkaufender Kraftwerk. Watch Who Shot Mr. Burns? Watch the episode where Homer briefly becomes the most powerful man in Springfield by threatening to expose the plant's safety record. What you'll find is that the plant episodes are, collectively, one of the most sustained and coherent pieces of industrial satire that American popular culture produced in the 1990s. Not despite being funny, because of it. The comedy is the delivery mechanism. The laugh is what gets the observation past your defenses. You laugh at Homer eating the candy and using it as a reactor component. And in the moment of laughter, the thing the joke is actually saying, that the people responsible for keeping us safe are often just winging it, and that the systems designed to hold them accountable often don't, lands without resistance. You've already opened the door. The plant also functions as a kind of thermometer for the show's emotional temperature. In the early seasons, it's mostly a backdrop, the place Homer leaves in the morning and returns from at night. But as the show develops, it becomes the site of the series' most important relationship, Burns and Homer. And what's fascinating about that relationship is how much it complicates both characters. Homer, in his interactions with Burns, is sometimes servile and sometimes heroic and sometimes genuinely compassionate, which reveals dimensions that his home life doesn't always access. Burns, in his interactions with Homer, occasionally shows cracks, moments where the armor of his century-old certainty lets something through. There's a moment in the episode Homer the Smithers, where Homer temporarily takes over as Burns' assistant, and Burns is forced to do things for himself for the first time in decades. He doesn't know how to make a phone call. He doesn't know how to use a microwave. He can't make breakfast. He has been so thoroughly insulated from the material operations of daily life by his wealth and his staff that he has become genuinely helpless, a powerful man who cannot function independently. The episode plays this for comedy, but it lingers, because the implication is that this is what unlimited wealth and power actually produces in a person. Not capability, but helplessness dressed as dominance. The plan is still there in the later seasons, still the same plant, still glowing, still run by the same man, still staffed by the same workers who have been there for decades. And there's something about its permanence that feels intentional, not just as a narrative convenience, but as a statement. Some things don't change. Some systems persist. The plant will outlast every storyline, every character arc, every attempt at reform or disruption. It will still be there tomorrow, cooling towers turning, Candy in the reactor, Homer asleep at his console, and Springfield going about its business in the yellow glow. Before we move on, drop a comment telling us where in the world you're watching from and what time it is there. There's something I love about knowing this kind of video is playing in 100 different places at once, in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon or at 2 in the morning or on a long commute. Wherever you are, welcome. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now is the perfect time. There's a lot more of this to go. Section 2. Homer's Brain. A character study in chaos. Homer Simpson is one of the most analyzed fictional characters in the history of American television. Which is strange when you think about it, because on paper, he is not a complex character. He is a fat man who likes donuts and beer and television and is not particularly smart. That is the elevator pitch, and there are approximately 40,000 internet comments that treat it as the complete description. But the writers of The Simpsons knew something that takes a while to see. That Homer's apparent simplicity is the most carefully constructed thing about him. Let's start with his brain. The show makes his brain a character, literally. In multiple episodes, we go inside Homer's head and watch the machinery of his cognition operate in real time. There is a famous sequence where Homer is trying to remember something and the camera cuts to the inside of his skull, where a tiny version of Homer is operating a filing cabinet, pulling out drawers, looking confused, and ultimately giving up. The filing system is Kate. The cabinet falls over. The tiny Homer shrugs and wanders off. And Homer, in the real world, fails to remember whatever he was trying to remember, which was the whole point. This is a gag. But it is also a precise description of a specific cognitive style. The kind of mind that processes information through intuition and emotion rather than through organized, sequential reasoning. Homer is not stupid in the way that the show is sometimes accused of portraying him. He is a particular kind of intelligent person operating in a context that consistently rewards different kinds of intelligence. He knows how to navigate social situations when he wants to. He has excellent mechanical intuition. There are episodes where he fixes things through a kind of hands-on genius that baffles people with formal engineering training. He is emotionally perceptive in ways that he can rarely articulate. He loves his family with an intensity that is, in its way, the most sophisticated thing about him. What he cannot do is sustain effort. He cannot hold a thought long enough to follow it to its conclusion. He cannot resist immediate gratification. He cannot, as the show demonstrates again and again, translate good intentions into consistent behavior. And this is where the show gets interesting, because these are not defects invented for comedic purposes. They are the real defects of a specific kind of person that exists in the real world in very large numbers. The person who is fundamentally good but structurally unable to be consistently good. The person whose failures are not moral but architectural. The donut is the clearest emblem of this. Homer's relationship with donuts is irrational by any standard, including his own. He knows they're not good for him. He knows Marge disapproves. He knows that eating donuts at 3 in the morning is not going to make him feel good the next day. And he eats the donut anyway. Every time. Because the donut is here and the consequences are there, and the brain that Homer has is a brain that weighs present pleasure against future consequence with a thumb permanently on the scale of the present. He is not choosing the donut over his health. He is choosing the donut over an abstraction because abstraction is something Homer's brain processes poorly. The show explores this most directly in Treehouse of Horror 4, where Homer sells his soul to the devil for a donut. This is presented as a morality play, as an obvious cautionary tale, but the detail that makes it work is that Homer knows, at the moment of sale, exactly what he is doing. He is not tricked. He is not confused. He understands that this is his soul, and that this is the devil, and that this is a donut. And he eats the donut, because it is in front of him and souls are abstract, and donuts are real. The writers gave Homer's brain a recurring internal monologue in several episodes that is one of the show's most technically ambitious comedic devices. In these sequences, we hear Homer's actual thought process, and what we find is that it is both funnier and more coherent than it appears from the outside. Homer's brain makes connections. They are just not the connections other people make, and they arrive at speeds and from angles that make them appear random when they're actually associative. He is not thinking less than other people. He is thinking differently. The gap between what his brain does and what comes out of his mouth is almost always the joke. But it's a joke that requires you to take Homer's cognition seriously enough to notice the gap. Consider the famous moment from Homer Goes to College, where Homer, attending college classes for the first time, decides that his professors are stuffy nerds and the real college experience is the kind depicted in movies he grew up with. He tries to incite a rebellion, pull pranks on the dean, live out a fantasy of college life that has nothing to do with actual college, and everything to do with a specific, very American mythology about what youth and freedom are supposed to look like. He is wrong in every factual sense, and yet the underlying impulse, the desire for an experience that matches the stories he was told, the frustration when reality falls short of narrative, is one of the most human things the show ever depicts. The show is also remarkably honest about Homer's relationship with his father, Abe Simpson, in ways that took many viewers years to fully appreciate. Abe is treated primarily as a comic character, the rambling old man, the irrelevant veteran, the grandfather nobody quite listens to. And Homer's feelings about his father are almost always played for laughs or for discomfort, rather than for genuine emotional weight. But embedded in the show's treatment of this relationship is a portrait of intergenerational failure that is genuinely painful. In Homer versus Patty and Selma, there is a moment where Homer, in financial trouble, is forced to borrow money from his sisters-in-law and endure their contempt in exchange for it. The episode is structured as a comedy of humiliation, and it works on that level. But there's a thread running through it about the ways that financial failure, the inability to provide, the gap between what you aspire to and what you can actually deliver, produces a specific kind of masculine shame in a man like Homer. He doesn't ask Abe for help, not because he can't, but because doing so would require him to be, in front of his father, the version of himself that couldn't manage. And Homer, for all his chaos, maintains a certain kind of pride around that. The episode Homer's Enemy is perhaps the most important single episode for understanding what the writers were actually doing with Homer's character. It introduces Frank Grimes, a man who has worked hard his entire life, done everything right, overcome enormous obstacles, and arrived at a decent but modest position. A job at the nuclear plant, a small apartment, the kind of life that effort and responsibility are supposed to produce. And then Frank encounters Homer. What Frank discovers is that Homer, who has done essentially nothing right, who has been irresponsible and lazy and reckless throughout his adult life, has a house and a family and a car and a reasonably comfortable existence. The show doesn't explain this because it can't be explained. It's the fundamental absurdity at the heart of Homer's life, the fact that a man with his record is doing as well as he is. And this absurdity, which the audience has lived with for 8 seasons and accepted as part of the show's premise, suddenly becomes visible through Frank's eyes. Frank sees it for what it is, profoundly unfair. Frank's response is to become increasingly unhinged because he cannot accept a world in which effort and responsibility and competence produce the same outcome as Homer's approach to life. He is not wrong, his logic is not flawed, the unfairness he perceives is real. And the show does not resolve this tension. Frank dies in a tragic and darkly comic sequence, and Homer does not understand why, and the episode ends with Homer sleeping peacefully in his chair while the world moves on around him. It is one of the most uncomfortable things the show ever did, and it did it in primetime animation in 1997. Homer's relationship with Marge is the show's emotional spine, And it's built on a paradox that the show holds together through sheer writing quality. Homer is a genuinely bad husband in measurable, specific ways, and he is also the most devoted husband on television. These two things are not contradictions. They are coexistent facts about a complicated person. Homer forgets anniversaries. He embarrasses Marge in public. He makes unilateral decisions that affect the whole family. He pursues his own interests, bowling, beer, barbecue, with an enthusiasm that he rarely brings to Marge's interest. He has in several episodes behaved in ways that, in a realistic drama, would be grounds for serious marital damage. And yet he loves her. Demonstrably, repeatedly, in ways that the show earns by accumulation. The episode And Maggie Makes Three, where we learn the story of Maggie's birth and Homer's decision to take the humiliating job at the plant to support his growing family, is the fullest expression of this. Homer, faced with a choice between the life he wants and the family he has, chooses the family. Not nobly or dramatically. Quietly, practically, without making a speech about it. He puts a picture of Maggie on his "Don't Forget You're Here Forever" demotivational plaque, covering the words, and the plaque reads, "Do it for her." And that's it. That's the whole argument. He does it for her. The show later complicated this in ways that some viewers found frustrating. In later seasons, Homer becomes crueler, more impulsive, more obviously a cartoon. The interiority that made him interesting in the first 8 seasons begins to thin. He becomes a vehicle for increasingly outlandish situations, rather than the anchor point from which those situations derive their meaning. This is a genuine creative decline, and it has been written about extensively. But even in the later seasons, the underlying architecture of the character remains. Homer, at his best, is a portrait of a man navigating a world that wasn't designed for the way his mind works, doing so with varying degrees of success and failure, held together by love for people he doesn't fully understand and who don't fully understand him. He is funny because his failures are recognizable. He is moving because his devotion is real. He is the show's most important creation, not because he is exceptional, but because he is ordinary. Not in a dismissive sense, but in the sense that he represents the full, complicated, often embarrassing range of what ordinary actually looks like. One of the most discussed details in the show's long history is Homer's apparent inability to learn. No matter what lesson an episode seems to be teaching, by the next week Homer is back to square one. The show resets. This has been treated, by critics and by fans, as a structural laziness, the cost of syndication, the requirement that every episode be a standalone, the refusal to commit to character development. But there's another way to read it, because Homer does learn, within episodes. He learns, and he applies what he learns, and then the episode ends, and the learning doesn't persist. This is not stupidity. This is the real experience of trying to change. The way that insight doesn't automatically translate into transformation. The way that understanding your problem and solving your problem are two completely different things. Homer understands his problems constantly. He solves them for an episode and then returns to them because understanding was never the obstacle. The obstacle is structural, architectural, built into who he is in ways that a single episode's worth of growth cannot undo. The show never gives him a breakthrough that sticks. And in a strange way, this is what makes him feel true. Real people don't have breakthroughs that stick. They have cycles. They return to the same patterns. They learn the same lessons multiple times. And they are loved anyway by the people who love them. Not because of their growth, but because of their permanence. The fact that they are still here, still trying, still the same person who first showed up. Homer's brain, with its chaos and its candy and its internal filing cabinets and its irrational devotion to donuts, is not a failure of the writer's imagination. It is the show's most precise creation. A mind drawn with enough specificity to feel like someone you know, someone you've met, maybe someone you see in the mirror when you're not looking too hard. Section 3. The Chalkboard and the Couch. How to Gag said everything. Every episode of The Simpsons begins the same way. The cloud parts. The camera drifts down through Springfield's perpetual golden sky. The theme music rises, and then the episode begins with a series of small, fixed rituals before the actual story starts. Bart at the chalkboard, the family racing to the couch. 2 gags always, every week, for more than 3 decades of television. A lot of people know this. Fewer people have thought seriously about what it means. Start with the chalkboard. Bart Simpson stands at a blackboard in his classroom, writing a sentence repeatedly, in the punishment style that teachers used well into the late 20th century. The disciplinary writing exercise, the idea that if you make a child write, "I will not throw paper airplanes in class," 100 times, the repetition will somehow inscribe the lesson into them. The joke, in the show's hands, is partly that this exercise clearly doesn't work. Bart keeps returning to that blackboard, which means his behavior hasn't changed. And partly that the sentences themselves reveal the scope of what Bart has been doing, which is far more entertaining than anything repetitive writing was supposed to prevent. The chalkboard sentences are a goldmine of information if you look at them chronologically. In the early seasons, they're relatively grounded. I will not draw naked ladies in class. I will not bring a dog to school. The kinds of things a genuinely unruly kid might actually do. But as the series progresses, the sentences become more absurdist, more meta, more obviously written by adults playing a game with the audience. Tar is not a toy, from one episode, implies an incident involving tar that is never explained, and that you absolutely want the story behind. I was not the one who made it bark. From another implies multiple parties and some kind of escalation. The chalkboard stops being a record of Bart's actual behavior and starts being a space where the writers can say almost anything in the knowledge that nobody is watching closely enough to notice. Except people are. This is the thing about The Simpsons and its most dedicated audience. The gags that were designed to play out in 2 seconds on a first viewing have been paused, examined, screenshotted, transcribed, and analyzed with a thoroughness that the writers almost certainly did not anticipate, but that has over time become part of the show's identity. The chalkboard was initially a production convenience, a way to fill the opening sequence with something funny that didn't require elaborate setup. What it became by Kimmux over time is one of the most extended single-joke experiments in American comedy. Because here's the thing, the sentences are cumulative. Nobody is supposed to watch every episode and hold all the chalkboard sentences in their head simultaneously. But if you do, if you compile them, as fans have done, you get something that starts to feel like a record, like a document, like an accidental autobiography of a fictional character told through punishment exercises. Bart has been caught doing things, implied to have done things, and forced to write about things across more than 600 episodes. Taken together, it amounts to something. The sentences also do something unusual with Bart's voice. Because the chalkboard is a consequence, it exists because Bart got caught, or got in trouble, or violated some rule. Each sentence has a slightly defensive or resigned quality to it. The phrasing is typically "I will not," or "I did not," or "X is not Y," which is the grammar of someone being corrected, someone having their reality rearranged by authority. But the content of the sentences often implies that Bart's position is not entirely wrong, that the rule he violated was perhaps arbitrary, that the authority doing the correcting has its own issues. "Teachers are not afraid of earwigs" is both a sentence Bart is writing as punishment and probably a sentence that is not entirely accurate. The couch gag is stranger still. Every episode, after the chalkboard, the family rushes in from various directions and converges on their couch, and something unusual happens. In the early seasons, the variations are relatively modest. The couch collapses, the family finds someone else sitting on it, they come in too fast and crash into each other. But over time, the couch gag escalates to a point where it is the most formally experimental part of the show. There are couch gags that last 30 seconds. There are couch gags that last 3 minutes, functioning as standalone short films that have nothing whatsoever to do with the episode they're attached to. There are couch gags directed by guest artists. Banksy's couch gag, which opens a season 22 episode, is a savage and explicit critique of the overseas animation industry, depicting the production of The Simpsons itself as an exploitative nightmare, with workers in a grim factory producing the show's content in conditions that mirror the sweatshop imagery of globalized manufacturing. This aired on Fox, on The Simpsons itself, in the opening credits. This is what the couch gag eventually became. Not a predictable ritual, but a space outside normal television rules. Because it's not the episode, it's not the story, it doesn't affect any character or drive any plot. It can do things the show proper cannot. It can be experimental. It can be political. It can be a completely different art form embedded inside a sitcom. It can be made by someone who isn't even on the show's staff. And because it's labeled structurally as a gag, as a comedy fixture, a familiar piece of the opening sequence, it gets away with a level of ambition and provocation that would face much heavier scrutiny if it appeared in the body of the episode. The Banksy couch gag is the most extreme version of this, but there are dozens of examples. The couch gag that shows the family's house from space, pulling back through the solar system, through the galaxy, through a universe that proves to be a cell inside a larger organism. The couch gag that depicts the entire history of the universe ending on the couch. The couch gags directed by Don Hertzfeldt, which render the family in a degraded future version of their world, with distorted faces and corrupted data and glitching reality. These are not gags in any conventional sense. They are short films wearing the costume of a gag. What's remarkable is how the couch sequence, taken in total over 30-plus years, constitutes a kind of experimental film anthology hosted by a primetime animated sitcom. Nobody would have commissioned this anthology. Nobody would have greenlit a show specifically to provide a vehicle for 3-minute avant-garde animation shorts attached to sitcom episodes. But because the couch gag was already established as a convention, because the audience expected something in that slot and was primed to accept variation, the space opened up gradually, almost invisibly, and the show filled it with things that shouldn't have been there and were magnificent. The relationship between the two gags is also interesting. The chalkboard is Bart's space. It is defined by his specific history, his actual offenses, his ongoing negotiation with authority. The couch is the family's space, and family's space specifically. The individual converges on the collective. Bart, in his classroom, is alone with his consequences. But then the episode begins, and everyone is running toward the same couch, and the family assembles, and whatever is about to happen to them will happen together. There's a version of the couch gag that is just black screen, with the family sitting down, and then a title card saying something like, "You've seen this gag before." This is not a joke. Or rather, it is a joke that depends on you having watched enough episodes to feel the accumulated weight of the ritual, to feel what it means that the gag has been repeated for 20 seasons, what it means that you know what's coming before it arrives, what it means that a ritual this absurd has become, this comfortable. The absence of a gag, in the space where a gag is supposed to be, becomes the funniest possible thing if you've been paying attention. There is also the matter of the show's opening credits more broadly, which have their own embedded information. The speed of Bart's chalkboard writing is slightly different in different seasons. The billboard at the gas station visible from the highway changes. The messages on the Springfield Elementary marquee outside the school change. The newspaper Homer reads in the car on the way home from the plant has visible headlines that change. The squeaky-voiced teen who appears in various locations in the credits changes in age and is visible in the background of shots if you know where to look. None of this is visible at normal viewing speed. All of it was put there deliberately by artists who were either working on very long hours and needed entertainment, or who genuinely believed that the people watching their show deserved the pleasure of finding things that weren't meant to be seen. Both of those explanations are probably true, and neither of them is the complete story. The complete story is that the show's production culture, particularly in the Golden Age seasons, was one where the margin of the frame was considered as important as the center, where a detail that appears for 2 frames in the background of a crowd scene was treated as worth getting right, where the chalkboard sentence was not an afterthought but a genuine writing challenge. Find something funny enough, specific enough, strange enough to be worth the screen time, even if 90% of viewers never pause to read it. This culture produced what is probably the densest joke per second rate in the history of American television. The Simpsons is almost uniquely rewatchable not because the plots improve on revisiting, most of them hold up perfectly well the first time, but because the background, the margins, the 2-frame appearances, the chalkboard sentences you read wrong the first time, the newspaper headlines, the store signs, the book titles, the diploma frames on the tiny print on every label. All of it is packed with material that the first viewing can't fully capture. The show was built for its own rewatching before rewatching culture existed as a named thing. The couch gag is the most visible expression of this, because it is literally a different thing every week. But the ethos behind it, the belief that every square inch of the frame is space for a joke, that no detail is too small to be funny, that the viewer's attention is worth earning even in areas where they're not technically supposed to be looking, runs through the entire show, in every season, in every background and margin and corner, that the animators and writers filled with care. The next time you watch an episode, any episode from any season, mute the audio for 30 seconds and just look at the background. Look at what's on the walls, what's on the shelves, what the extras are doing, what the signs outside the windows say. You will find jokes you never saw. You will find details that tell you things about where the characters are and what they're feeling that never make it into the dialogue. You will find evidence that the people who made this show were paying attention to everything, always, in every direction, and that they expected you to eventually do the same. That's what the chalkboard and the couch, taken seriously, point toward. Two rituals at the front of every episode, one defined by repetition with variation, and one defined by escalating experiment, both functioning as a kind of promise. We know you're watching. We're watching back. Section 4. Springfield's Impossible Geography and Economy. Springfield should not exist, not as a physical place and not as an economic one. It has mountains and beaches and a desert and a forest and a harbor and a river and at least one active volcano, all within apparently comfortable driving distance of each other. Its location has been given as being in nearly every state in the continental United States at various points in the show's run, which is generally taken as a running joke about consistency. But the joke points towards something real. Springfield is not a place in the way that, say, Springfield, Illinois is a place. It is a composite, a collage, and every city assembled from pieces of America that don't belong together geographically, but that coexist perfectly in the cultural imagination. The creator of the show, Matt Groening, has said in interviews that he named Springfield after the generic American town name. It is one of the most common city names in the United States, and after Springfield, Oregon, which is where his family lived. But the Springfield of the show draws from everywhere. There are architecture and business types that come from the Pacific Northwest, from the Midwest, from the Southeast, from New England. The nuclear plant is a Midwest industrial fixture. The harbor looks like New England. The mountains look like the Rockies. The desert episodes look like Arizona. The show is America edited into a single location. And it works because American culture, for all its geographic variety, has a coherence that allows this compression. The economy of Springfield is a related puzzle. For a mid-sized American city with a nuclear plant as its primary industry, Springfield has a remarkable range of local businesses. There is a restaurant for every cuisine. There are multiple grocery stores, multiple bars, multiple shops for every possible consumer need. There is a thriving arts scene, a theater, an opera house, a concert venue. There is a professional hockey team and a professional football team and a minor league baseball setup. There are enough specialty businesses, a mapmaker, a chandler, an artisan of various medieval trades, that appear in exactly one episode each and are never seen again, suggesting a local economy of staggering diversity. But almost all of these businesses appear to be on the verge of failure at any given moment. Moe's Tavern is consistently portrayed as nearly empty, financially precarious, and dependent on a small number of regulars whose combined tab probably doesn't cover the overhead. Krusty Burger, the town's dominant fast food chain, serves food that is openly described as terrible and potentially hazardous. The Springfield Mall contains stores with names that are jokes about commercial failure. The town's public infrastructure, roads, schools, public utilities, is in constant disrepair, funded by a tax base that the show implies is simply insufficient for the town's actual needs. This economic portrait is specific enough to be a diagnosis. Springfield is not just poor or struggling. It is post-industrial in a specific way. A company town in the era after company towns have stopped working, where the dominant employer, the plant, provides wages but has systematically undermined every other economic and civic institution over decades. Burns is the landlord, the employer, the primary taxpayer, the dominant political donor. He has leverage over the mayor, the police, the school board. When he wants a variance, he gets a variance. When he wants to expand the plant's footprint, the zoning adjusts. When he wants the river's pollution regulations loosened, they loosen. The Springfield city government is one of the show's most brilliantly observed recurring jokes. Mayor Quimby, loosely based on Ted Kennedy, with a Boston accent deployed aggressively in a landlocked Midwestern town, is corrupt in a specific, recognizable way. He doesn't sell out to the highest bidder in secret. He sells out to the highest bidder openly, with a certain brazenness that implies he has never been held accountable for anything and has no expectation of being held accountable for anything. He attends ribbon-cutting ceremonies. He gives speeches. He accepts checks at fundraisers. He is a politician of such transparent venality that the citizens of Springfield have long since stopped expecting anything from him except the performance of governance which he delivers reliably. The police, led by Chief Clancy Wiggum, operate on a similar principle. Wiggum is lazy, gluttonous, incompetent, and occasionally on the wrong side of the law himself. He is also, in a strange way, recognizable. He is the small-town police chief, as produced by a small-town police culture, a man for whom the job has long since ceased to be about public safety and has become primarily about authority, access to donuts, and the avoidance of effort. His failures are not dramatic. He doesn't plant evidence or run protection rackets. He is simply absent when needed, present when unnecessary, and broadly unable to perform the basic functions of his office. The Springfield Fire Department appears in episodes primarily to arrive too late. The Springfield Elementary School runs on a budget that is insufficient to maintain the building, pay teachers adequately, or provide materials for basic instruction. Principal Skinner and Superintendent Chalmers enact a running dynamic that is one of the show's great recurring jokes: the hapless local administrator and the dismissive regional authority locked in a relationship of mutual dysfunction. But embedded in this comedy is a real observation about public school administration, about the gap between what educational bureaucracy is supposed to accomplish and what it actually does. The show is also remarkably specific about the way that Springfield's civic culture has degraded. Town meetings happen and accomplish nothing. Ballot initiatives pass and are ignored. Community projects are announced with fanfare, underfunded, and abandoned. The town briefly gets a monorail in one of the show's most celebrated episodes, the premise being that a charismatic salesman convinces Springfield to spend its entire municipal budget on an infrastructure project of zero local relevance because the town is structurally incapable of collective decision-making. The monorail is not an anomaly. It is the inevitable output of a civic culture that has lost the capacity to think carefully about shared resources and has replaced that capacity with the desire for something exciting. The geography and the economy are connected in the show's implied world through the same mechanism. Everything in Springfield exists in the form that capital and time have left it. The landscape is what it is because the plant and the industries around it have shaped it. The river is polluted because industries upstream and around it have made it so. The town is where it is, impossible geographically, every terrain type in uncomfortable proximity, because it was assembled from the needs of those industries rather than from any organic logic of settlement. Springfield is not a natural place. It is an industrial product, and its geography is the geography of industry. The show's recurring use of Springfield as Anywhere America has been written about mostly in terms of demographic representation. The idea that by not specifying a location, the show can claim relevance to the whole country. But there's a darker reading available. Springfield is everywhere because what has happened to Springfield, the plant, the corruption, the civic degradation, the poisoned river, the failing schools, the empty mall stores, the sports franchises that keep threatening to leave, has happened everywhere. It is not a specific place with specific problems. It is the generic condition of the post-industrial American town, assembled into a single image and placed in front of you every week. The mountains and the harbor and the desert and the forest are all there because America has all of these things, and the show is talking about all of them. Springfield's impossibility is its accuracy. The economic details accumulate into a portrait that becomes more pointed the longer you watch. Homer's salary at the plant is discussed in a few episodes, and is, by every available estimate, enough to support a family of 5 in a house with a car, in the way that plant worker salaries actually could support families in the post-war era and increasingly cannot. The show is set in a suspended moment, the late 20th century American middle class at its fullest extension, the era before the full financial precarity of the 21st century had arrived. The house, the car, the vacations, the consumer goods, all of it is on the edge of plausibility for a single salary in a way that feels like it could tip over at any moment. And sometimes it does tip over. Episodes where Homer loses his job or faces financial disaster are among the show's most interesting precisely because the precarity is always just below the surface. The comfortable life the Simpsons lead is not robust. It is contingent on Homer keeping his job, on the plant staying open, on Burns not deciding to automate or relocate or simply shut down Sector 7G. The American middle-class dream the Simpsons inhabit is being held together by narrative convention, by the show's premise requiring that Homer have a job and a house, more than by any structural stability. The show seems aware of this. In episodes that engage directly with the economics of Homer's situation, there is always a slight note of anxiety beneath the comedy, a sense that the writers understood they were depicting something precarious, something that had already begun to erode in the real world while remaining intact on the screen. Springfield's impossible geography is matched by its impossible economy. A world that functions as the American dream requires it to function because the story requires it, and that would stop functioning the moment the story looked away. Section 5. The secondary characters who ran the show. The secondary characters of The Simpsons are not secondary. That is the first thing to understand. In most television shows, the supporting cast exists to serve the main characters. They show up, provide a function, obstacle, ally, comic relief, exposition delivery, and exit. The Simpsons built something different, almost by accident, starting around Season 2 and fully flowering by Season 4. The characters who exist on the edges of the Simpson family's life became, in many of the show's best episodes, its most interesting inhabitants. They became so interesting, so fully realized, so inexhaustible as sources of both comedy and unexpected pathos, that the show started making entire episodes from their perspective, pushing the Simpsons themselves to the edge of the frame. Moe Shislock is a bartender who owns a tavern in Springfield that is perpetually on the edge of financial collapse, personally and institutionally. He is lonely in a way that the show communicates with almost no dialogue. You understand Moe's loneliness from the expression on his face, from the beat that follows a joke that doesn't land, from the slightly too quick way he laughs when Homer says something friendly. He has, in the course of the series, fallen in love multiple times and had the feeling evaporate or be rejected each time. He has tried to reinvent the bar. He has tried to move on. Something always pulls him back to Moe's, to the same stools, the same taps, the same small circle of regular customers for whom the bar is also a kind of trap. The show did something genuinely unusual with Moe in the episode Moe and Lisa, and in a handful of other episodes where he's the center. It allowed him to be intelligent. Not accidentally intelligent, not intelligent by mistake, but actually perceptive and creative, someone who has more going on inside him than his life reflects. In Moe and Lisa, he discovers, through an accidental relationship with Lisa, that he has a real gift for poetry, raw, unpolished, deeply felt. And the episode builds toward a literary recognition that Moe experiences as genuinely transformative. And then, as the episode ends, the recognition fades, the opportunity closes, and Moe returns to his bar. The poetry doesn't save him. The talent doesn't translate. The glimpse of something different doesn't become a door he walks through. This is a kind of brutality the show applied to its secondary characters with a consistency that was often more honest than what it did with the Simpsons themselves. Homer's disasters reset. Bart's lessons fade. But Moe's loneliness is permanent. It doesn't go away at the end of the episode. It was there before the episode started, and it will be there after it ends. And the episodes about Moe are good precisely because they engage with something real. The life of a person who is not going to get better. Not because he lacks value, but because the circumstances of his life don't offer the openings that better requires. Barney Gumble begins the series as essentially a prop. The town drunk, Homer's oldest friend, a man defined entirely by his alcoholism and the comedy it produces. He falls asleep in public. He belches. He appears at random moments to demonstrate that Homer's social circle is not elevated. He exists in the early seasons primarily as a reminder that Homer could have it worse. And then the show started doing something with Barney that is still surprising, even now, even knowing it's coming. The show gave him depth. The show explained him. In the season 10 episode Viva Ned Flanders, and more significantly in Sleeping with the Enemy and the devastating Barney's movie, we learned that Barney Gumble was not always who he is. He was an honors student. He had aspirations. He had a future. And in the story the show tells across multiple episodes, the future was taken from him, specifically by Homer, who introduced him to alcohol in high school, in a detail that is played for a laugh, but that, on reflection, is genuinely tragic. Homer's casual thoughtlessness in one moment altered the trajectory of a person's life. The person never recovered. The person became Barney. The season 10 episode where Barney gets sober and makes a short film, an actually moving short film, rendered in the show's animation style, depicting his experience of alcoholism as something personal and sincere, is one of the most formally ambitious things the show ever did. The film is beautiful. Barney made something beautiful. And then, because the episode requires Barney to return to his established role, the sobriety ends, the film recedes, and the drunk returns. You are left with the knowledge that there was more in there, that there always was. Sideshow Bob is the show's most discussed secondary character, and for good reason. He is the only figure in the show's world who functions as a genuine antagonist with psychological weight. Played by Kelsey Grammer with a combination of theatrical grandeur and barely suppressed rage, Bob began as a literal joke. The sidekick who resented the clown who outshone him, the intelligent man trapped in an undignified role who commits a crime largely out of wounded pride. But the writers found, as they wrote him in subsequent episodes, that Bob was inexhaustible, that the premise of a highly intelligent, culturally sophisticated person who repeatedly targets a 10-year-old child was funnier and stranger, and more revealing the more seriously you took it. The great thing about Bob's repeated failures is that they are not random. He fails for the same reason every time, in different circumstances. He is too intelligent to be ordinary, but not intelligent enough to account for the gap between his plans and the world's resistance to them. He constructs elaborate schemes and delivers Shakespearean monologues, and expects reality to conform to his vision of it. And reality, being reality, doesn't. Bart survives not because he outsmarts Bob. Bart is not smarter than Bob, but because Bob's intelligence is impractical. It is theatrical intelligence designed to impress, and impression is not execution. There is a reading of Sideshow Bob as a specific kind of cultural figure, the intellectual who believes that intelligence entitles him to success and power, who experiences the world's refusal to provide that success as an injustice, and who responds to the injustice with escalating schemes rather than with self-examination. He is not wrong that he is smarter than almost everyone in Springfield. He is very wrong that this should translate into the outcomes he wants. The comedy of Sideshow Bob is the comedy of meritocracy's failure from both directions. The failure of the world to reward genuine intelligence, and the failure of the intelligent person to understand why that world's resistance is not simply an obstacle to be overcome. Krusty the Clown is a performer whose professional existence and private self have diverged so completely that he barely knows which one is real anymore. On stage, he is a children's entertainer of moderate talent and enormous celebrity. Offstage, he is a gambling addict, a tax evader, a man estranged from his daughter, haunted by his rabbi father's disapproval, surrounded by sycophants and yes-men who profit from his fame and contribute nothing to his actual well-being. The show uses Krusty as a portrait of the specific degradation that celebrity produces. Not the dramatic downfall, not the scandal, but the slow erosion of identity that happens when you spend decades performing a version of yourself that has nothing to do with who you actually are. The episode Krusty Gets Cancelled, in which Krusty is temporarily replaced by a ventriloquist's dummy named Gabbo and has to claw his way back to relevance, is partly a parody of show business and partly a genuine meditation on what it means to be an entertainer whose cultural moment passes. Krusty's comeback is engineered by Bart, and it works, and Krusty is restored to his position, and nothing has fundamentally changed. He is still lonely. He is still estranged from his daughter. The gambling continues. The sycophants return. But he's on television again, and in Krusty's hierarchy of needs, television is near the top. Milhouse Van Houten deserves more attention than he typically receives in discussions of the show's character depth. He is drawn, obviously, as a figure of comic pathos. The sidekick, the wet blanket, the kid whose enthusiasm for friendship with Bart is not quite matched by Bart's enthusiasm for friendship with him. His parents' divorce, treated as a recurring source of humor, is actually one of the show's most consistently accurate depictions of how divorce affects children. The way the household atmosphere changes, the way you love both parents and are implicated in their mutual hostility, the way the disruption becomes ordinary over time without ever fully becoming okay. Milhouse's unrequited love for Lisa is another long-running thread that the show uses more thoughtfully than it appears to. There are episodes where this dynamic is played purely for comedy, Milhouse being ridiculous, Lisa being impatient. But there are other episodes where the show holds the feeling seriously, where Milhouse's devotion is treated as genuine and Lisa's indifference is treated as a kind of loss, not for him but for her. The first version of a person she will eventually be unable to connect with, the early prototype of a loneliness that will define her. The Springfield supporting cast also includes a set of characters whose comedy is inseparable from their social critique. Apu Nahasapima Petilon, the Quick E-Mart owner, was for many years the show's most prominent character of South Asian descent, and his characterization has been extensively and legitimately criticized for relying on accent and stereotype in ways that the show's later, more reflective writers acknowledged as insufficient. The character's treatment is a genuine failing of the show's first decade, which is worth naming directly. What is also true is that Apu, in his better episodes, is drawn as a man of real intelligence and real ambition. He has a PhD in computer science. He runs a successful business. He navigates the daily racism of American small-town life with a patience that occasionally breaks in ways that reveal how much of it he has absorbed. Neither dimension excuses the other. Both are there. Ned Flanders is a character who the show consistently presents as Homer's opposite in every positive attribute. More patient, more responsible, better looking, better parented, more devout, more kind. And then subjects to a level of misfortune that makes Homer's life look stable. The death of Maude, his wife, in a t-shirt cannon incident that Homer's selfishness directly caused, is treated as a permanent loss that Ned never fully recovers from. The show is honest about this. Ned tries to move on. He dates, he eventually remarries. But the man who existed before Maude's death and the man who exists after it are perceptibly different. And the show acknowledges this difference without making it the subject of extended dramatic treatment, which is its own kind of honesty. Grief that is real tends to persist below the surface rather than demanding narrative attention, and Ned's grief works exactly this way. What makes Springfield's secondary characters collectively extraordinary is that they were created in large part by writers who were themselves secondary to the cultural expectations of a primetime animated sitcom, people who brought their own specific observations and experiences and failures to bear on a canvas that was supposedly just a cartoon. The characters reflect this. They are too real, in specific and unexpected ways, to be accounted for by pure craft. Someone who wrote Moe knew what Moe felt. Someone who wrote Barney understood something about what a life goes wrong. These are observations from inside the conditions they describe, and the show's secondary characters carry that interiority in ways that the main family, more bound by premise and demographic function, sometimes cannot. Springfield's background and secondary characters are also where the show's political observation operates most freely. The Springfield Republican Party, depicted in one episode as a gathering of Dracula, a werewolf, and several other monsters in a darkened mansion during a thunderstorm, is a joke about the GOP as experienced by a certain kind of 1990s writer. The Springfield Democrats, in the few episodes where they appear, are rendered as well-meaning but ineffective, trapped in procedural arguments while the monsters run the town. Both parties are the villains of their respective episodes, but the show's affections are clearly located somewhere in the tradition of the civic liberal, who believes in institutions, but has watched those institutions fail. The secondary characters, taken as a whole, are the show's great unfinished project, a compendium of American types, each assigned a premise and a voice and a backstory. and then allowed to expand into something the premise didn't quite contain. They are the places where the show's intelligence had the most room to operate, precisely because the audience's expectations of them were lower. Nobody tuned in for a 22-minute deep dive into Barney Gumbel's pre-alcoholism ambitions. When the show offered it anyway, the effect was disproportionate, larger than the episode's budget and runtime should have allowed, because it came from a place nobody was watching closely enough to manage. That is ultimately the secondary character's gift to the show. They arrived from the margin, where the audience wasn't looking, and they were real. Section 6. The women of Springfield. Marge Simpson has been underestimated for 36 years. Not by the show knows exactly what it has in Marge, and returns to her again and again as the structural foundation without which Springfield would collapse. But by casual viewers, by people who see the blue hair and the patient voice and the casserole dish, and conclude that she is the archetype of the television wife without asking what it costs to be that archetype, and what kind of intelligence is required to maintain it, and what is lost in the maintaining. Marge Bouvier grew up in a household with a father whose ambitions were never fully realized, and a mother who managed the household with a practicality that looked like resignation. She was, in high school, a person of genuine intellectual curiosity and social awareness. The show's flashback episodes depict her as someone who was engaged with the political and cultural currents of her time, who had opinions and expressed them, who might have become something other than a homemaker in a different set of circumstances. She chose Homer Simpson, knowing full well that he was unreliable, knowing that the life ahead would require constant maintenance, choosing it anyway out of love and out of a faith in her own capacity to hold things together that has, across 36 years of episodes, proven entirely justified. The burden this represents is distributed across the series in ways that the show is honest about, but that the episode-by-episode comedy tends to soften. Marge worries constantly. This is her defining characteristic in terms of screen behavior. She worries, she cautions, she warns, she prepares. This is played as comedy, as fussiness, as the character note that allows the other characters to roll their eyes and proceed with whatever chaos is about to unfold. But the worrying is correct. Marge's worries are almost always accurate predictions of what is about to go wrong. She sees the hazard before it materializes. She says it out loud. Nobody listens. The hazard materializes. The episode proceeds. This is an accurate portrait of a specific kind of intelligence, the intelligence of constant attentiveness, of pattern recognition applied to human behavior, of knowing the people you love well enough to anticipate their failures before they occur. It is also a portrait of the specific loneliness of that intelligence in a context where it isn't valued. The person who is always right in the warning, who is always ignored in the warning, who watches the thing they warned about happen anyway and must then manage the aftermath without being acknowledged as having seen it coming. Marge has in several episodes abandoned this role. She takes a job. She develops a passion outside the home. She asserts an identity that doesn't revolve around managing everyone else's life. These episodes tend to be among the show's most interesting, precisely because they reveal what Marge looks like when she is not performing the function the family requires of her. She is funnier. She is warmer. She is more fully herself. And the family is in chaos because the infrastructure that kept everything running has stopped running, and nobody, not Homer, not the kids, not the show's narrative, had fully accounted for what she actually did. She always returns to the role. Sometimes because she wants to, sometimes because the episode requires it, sometimes because the alternatives failed or closed, or proved to be unavailable to a woman of her specific social position in a specific kind of town. The return is not a defeat, but it is also not a triumph. It is Marge continuing to make the choice she has always made with full knowledge of what it requires and what it costs, because the love that originally motivated the choice is still there, still real, still enough. Lisa Simpson is the show's most ambitious creation and its most underserved. She is, within the show's own logic, a genius. Intellectually, musically, ethically. She is an 8-year-old who reads serious books, plays jazz saxophone with real feeling, has positions on complex moral and political questions that she has arrived at through genuine reasoning, and who experiences the world with a sensitivity that is, in Springfield's context, essentially a disability. She feels everything. She sees everything. She cannot turn it off. The show's treatment of Lisa is a sustained argument about the cost of intelligence in a culture that doesn't value it. She is right constantly and she is heard rarely. She makes correct arguments about things that matter: the environment, animal rights, the school's academic failures, the town's corruption, and the town ignores her. Not because her arguments are wrong, because she is a child, because she is a girl, because she is asking people to change, and change is uncomfortable because the structure of Springfield requires that things remain as they are. Lisa is the show's conscience, and consciences are uncomfortable things to have around. You listen to them politely, and then you go back to doing what you were already doing. The episode Lisa versus Malibu Stacy, where Lisa discovers that the beloved doll she grew up with has been programmed to say vapid, gender-reductive things, and she attempts to create a counter doll with genuine content and genuine values, is the show's clearest statement of what it wants to say about intelligence and gender. Lisa creates something better. The market doesn't care that it's better. The Malibu Stacy company puts out a new version of the original doll with a new hat, and every girl in Springfield immediately abandons Lisa's doll in favor of the new accessory. Lisa's creation is superior in every meaningful dimension and commercially irrelevant. The episode doesn't resolve this. It acknowledges it. Lisa's expression at the end, the sadness and the resignation and the small determination to keep going anyway, is the look of someone who has understood something real about how the world works and decided to live in it anyway. It is one of the most quietly devastating performances the show ever produced, rendered in an animated 8-year-old's face in about 12 frames. Patty and Selma Bouvier, Marge's sisters, are treated primarily as comic figures. Their flatness, their chain smoking, their devotion to MacGyver, their contempt for Homer, but embedded in their characterization is something that the show never fully examines, but that is consistently present. They represent the version of Marge's life that could have been. They are smart women who made different choices than Marge and who live with those choices in a way that combines genuine independence with a loneliness they don't quite acknowledge. Selma, in particular, with her repeated attempts to marry and her repeated failures, and her eventual adoption of a child, is drawn with more specificity than her comedic function requires. She wants what Marge has. She can't get it in the way Marge got it, and the show is honest about the fact that part of this is circumstance, and part of it might be something Selma herself has made harder by the way she is. Patty's eventual coming out as gay, in a later season episode that is, depending on your tolerance for the show's later era, either a genuine character moment or a belated acknowledgement of what was always obviously there, retroactively reframes her relationship to Marge's marriage. Patty has always hated Homer. This was taken as a character note, as comedic antagonism, as the sisters-in-law dynamic. It is also, in retrospect, a gay woman's response to watching her sister choose to organize her life around a man. Not disgust exactly, but a fundamental incompatibility of worldview. The woman who understands that her life cannot be built around a husband, looking at the woman who has built her life around a husband, and feeling, beneath the love and sibling loyalty, something that doesn't have a comfortable name. The women of Springfield beyond the Simpson family are also worth examining. Mrs. Crabapple, Edna, is Bart's teacher, and she is drawn in the early seasons as a figure of comic inadequacy. The teacher who has given up, who teaches with minimal engagement, who drinks at lunch and smokes during recess, and cannot quite manage to give Bart the attention or discipline he requires. This reading of her is accurate as far as it goes, but the show also shows, across many episodes, that she was once something else, that she had ideals about teaching and about what education could be, and that the specific conditions of Springfield Elementary have ground those ideals down over a career's worth of insufficient resources and parental indifference and administrative uselessness. Her eventual relationship with Ned Flanders, which the show develops in its later seasons, is one of the more interesting things the later show does with its female characters. It allows her to be seen and to feel seen by someone who is not contemptuous or indifferent, and it lets the audience see the person she becomes when that condition is met. She is warmer. She is more present. She is recognizably the teacher she might have been if different things had been true about her circumstances. This doesn't redeem the years of classroom checked-outness, but it contextualizes it, And contextualization in The Simpsons is usually the most generous thing it offers. The show's treatment of women across its long run is uneven in the way that any cultural artifact produced over 36 years by a predominantly male writing staff will be uneven. There are episodes that are brilliant on gender. There are episodes that are lazy. There are characters, Mrs. Lovejoy, the show's moral scold, and Princess Cashmere, the belly dancer from season 1, and a dozen others who appear once and are never developed, who exist primarily in relation to the men around them, and who don't quite cohere as independent presences. But the central women, Marge, Lisa, Patty, Selma, Edna, are real. They are specific and complicated and often more interesting than the men they orbit, precisely because the men's roles have been defined by premise and archetype, and the women have had to find their way around the edges of those definitions to find anything true to say. What they find there, in the margins, is frequently extraordinary. Marge's relationship with Homer is, finally, the show's argument about love. Not romance, not desire, but the actual work of love, which is choosing someone over and over across years of accumulated disappointment and continued affection and morning arguments and Sunday dinners and all the ordinary texture of a life shared. The show knows what it has in this relationship. It returns to it when everything else fails. It earns its sentimentality about it because it has also shown everything that makes the sentimentality hard. When Homer and Marge are at their best together, in the episodes that cut through to what the show actually believes about them, the result is something genuinely affecting, something that sits alongside the comedy rather than being replaced by it. The donut and the casserole, the beer and the hair, the man who can't remember anything important and the woman who never forgets anything, living in the same house, sleeping in the same bed, driving each other to distraction and choosing each other anyway. It is not a perfect portrait of love, but it is a true one. Section 7. Treehouse of Horror, the show's secret laboratory. Every October, for 30-plus years, The Simpsons did something that most television shows would never dare. It stepped entirely outside its own continuity, declared that nothing that followed would count, and then used that freedom to do the most formally experimental, most politically direct, most openly disturbing things it was capable of. The Treehouse of Horror anthology episodes are the show's secret laboratory, the space where the writers could test ideas, attempt forms, and say things that the regular episode structure would never permit. The framing was always playful. The segments were presented as horror stories told by the Simpson children in their treehouse, with Marge delivering a warning at the opening that the following content might be too frightening for younger viewers. A warning that was both genuinely useful and a piece of self-aware comedy about the show's awareness of its own limits. But the playfulness was a container for something more serious. The Treehouse episodes represent a mode of the show that its normal operations couldn't sustain, and understanding them fully is essential to understanding what The Simpsons actually was. The first Treehouse episode from Season 2 includes 3 segments: a riff on the haunted house premise, a parody of The Raven, and a segment about alien abduction. All 3 are relatively gentle by the standards of what the anthology episodes would become. But even here, in the show's first experiment with the form, something important is happening. The Raven segment involves Bart as the crow and Homer as the increasingly hysterical narrator, and what makes it work is not the horror but the comedy of a man whose intellectual pretensions are stripped away by a bird. The aliens segment ends not with triumph over the extraterrestrial threat, but with the aliens winning. A genuine defeat for the family, handled as comedy but structurally refusing the happy ending the genre normally provides. From the very first Treehouse episode, the show used the format to refuse some of its usual consolations. By the middle seasons, the Treehouse episodes had become a genuine genre showcase. Every segment was a new form: horror comedy, body horror, science fiction, supernatural thriller, fairy tale subversion, social satire dressed as monster movie. The anthology format let the show try all of them within the same episode, hedging no bets, committing fully to each tone for 7 minutes before abandoning it entirely. This is formally extraordinary. Nothing else in American television worked this way, with this regularity, for this long. Clown Without Pity, from Treehouse of Horror 3, is a riff on the killer doll premise that contains one of the show's best constructed jokes. The evil Krusty doll has a switch on the back labeled evil and good, and the good/evil problem that drives the segment's entire plot is resolved by flipping the switch to good. This is a perfect joke. It is funny because of how obviously unsatisfying it is as a resolution, because of how completely it demolishes the segment's own dramatic logic, because it comments on horror film conventions that rely on mystical evil being eliminated by mundane solutions. It is also a comment on the show itself, on the ease with which the format could reset, could resolve its own tensions through convenient mechanism. The switch exists. The switch can be flipped. The episode ends. The Shinning, from Treehouse of Horror 5, is the segment most frequently cited in discussions of the anthology's quality peak. It parodies Stanley Kubrick's The Shining with enough fidelity to the source material to function as genuine criticism of it. The Treehouse version emphasizes the comedy embedded in the original, the way Kubrick's horror depends on specific kinds of domestic containment and masculine ego that are, from a certain angle, already absurd. Groundskeeper Willie's repeated attempts to come to the family's aid, each cut short by an axe to the back, is a joke that works as physical comedy but also as a comment on the Kubrick version's tendency to sacrifice its helpers at dramatically convenient moments. The same episode contains Time and Punishment, a time travel segment in which Homer's repeated attempts to return to the present without disturbing the past keep producing slightly wrong versions of the future. Versions where donuts no longer exist, or where Ned Flanders is the fascist ruler of a nightmare Springfield. The segment's final resolution, Homer arrives home in a version of Springfield that is slightly but acceptably wrong, is one of the show's most honest philosophical statements. Not a return to the proper ideal reality, but an acceptance of whatever you can get. The recognition that any world containing your family and approximate comfort is good enough. Perfect is unavailable. Good enough is here. The later Treehouse episodes extend the show's engagement with cultural and political horror in ways that the regular episodes could not. The Island of Dr. Hibbert, a riff on The Island of Dr. Moreau, uses the body horror premise to examine what it means to transform human beings into animals, to strip them of their complexity and replace it with simpler, more manageable natures. Don't Have a Cow, Mankind, a 28 Days Later parody, is ostensibly about a hamburger that causes zombification, but is actually about the commodification of food production, about the point at which industrial processing of meat becomes so abstracted from its origins that the animal's remaining organic nature can take revenge. The format also allowed the show to kill its characters, which it did repeatedly and with great enthusiasm. Homer dies in virtually every Treehouse episode he appears in. Sometimes he kills Marge, sometimes Bart. The deaths are played for comedy, and the comedy is genuine, but there is also a specific pleasure in watching characters who are normally protected by their status as leads being subjected to consequences that the regular show's structure will never deliver. The indestructibility that defines the main characters in normal episodes, Homer's ability to survive anything, the family's guaranteed survival, is suspended for 22 minutes a year, and the audience experiences a version of Springfield in which outcomes are not predetermined by narrative necessity. The best of the Treehouse segments work because they take their horror premises seriously enough to find the real horror in them. Lisa's Nightmare, from Treehouse of Horror 2, in which a monkey's paw grants wishes in ruinous ways, is not just a genre parody. It is a meditation on the gap between what we want and what we mean to want. The way that desires stated carelessly produce outcomes that satisfy the letter of the wish while violating its spirit entirely. The horror is philosophical. The paw is a perfect machine for revealing that we don't actually know what we want, and that the wanting itself might be the problem. There is also the matter of how the Treehouse episodes relate to the rest of the show's history. They exist outside continuity, but they are not outside meaning. The things the anthology allows the writers to say about Springfield, about the characters, about the show's own premises and logic, are things that the regular episodes have to approach sideways, through comedy and implication. The Treehouse episodes can say them directly, in the language of genre, because the label horror story provides a kind of insulation. It's not the show saying this, it's the show telling a scary story. The scary story can include things the show normally can't. The anthology has been running long enough that its own history is now part of what it has to work with. Later, Treehouse episodes make jokes about earlier ones. Segments subvert expectations that earlier segments established. The format has developed its own genre conventions, its own set of recurring moves, and the show has become self-aware about these in a way that produces a kind of meta-commentary. Episodes that know you know what a Treehouse episode does, and that use that knowledge to do something different. The Banksy couch gag attached to one Treehouse episode frames the anthology itself as a product of labor exploitation, implicating the show in the critique it's delivering. There is something appropriate about the fact that the show's most experimental work happens in October, in a format nominally about Halloween. Horror has always been where American popular culture has been most willing to confront things it cannot otherwise discuss. Death, sexuality, power, the body, the social contract, the failure of institutions. The Simpsons, which understood popular culture better than almost any television show of its era, understood this about horror too. The Treehouse episodes are where Springfield's real monsters get to be visible. Not just Burns, all of them. Section 8. Animation as evidence. What the drawings tell you. The Simpsons is drawn in a specific way that most people have stopped seeing because they've been seeing it for so long. The yellow skin, the four fingers, the overbites, the circular eyes, the specific shade of blue for Marge's hair, the specific orange of Homer's stubble, the specific warm amber of the interior lighting in every Springfield house. These are aesthetic choices made early in the show's production history and maintained with remarkable consistency across decades. They are also, if you're willing to look at them as choices rather than as simply how The Simpsons looks, a series of arguments. Start with the yellow. Every resident of Springfield is yellow. Not all residents, guest characters, and characters who come from outside Springfield are drawn with more conventionally realistic skin tones. But the permanent residents, the citizens who have lived their whole lives in this town, share the same impossible yellow, and the show has never offered an in-universe explanation for it. The production explanation is practical. Matt Groening wanted a color that would be instantly recognizable on a television screen, a color that would catch the eye even when someone was channel surfing, a color that no human being had, but that was warm and readable and that worked in animation. This is true and probably complete as a production story. But within the logic of the show, within the consistent universe that decades of episodic television have assembled, the yellow reads as something. It is the color that all long-term Springfield residents share, and that nobody from outside the town has. It is visible in a way that the characters themselves never remark upon. It is the one constant in a show full of inconsistencies. The radiation theory, discussed earlier in this video, offers an explanation for it that the show clearly never intended, but that the show's own visual consistency accidentally supports. These people look different from people outside their town because they are different. Something made them this way. And whatever it was happened before the show began and will continue after it ends. The four fingers are a different case. The show uses a four-fingered hand on its animated characters, because it is an animation convention. Four fingers are easier to draw than five. The shape reads more clearly at small sizes and in quick motion, and the tradition of four-fingered cartoon characters extends back to Disney and earlier. Homer has four fingers. Marge has four fingers. Every Springfield resident has four fingers. But there is a single episode in the show's run where Homer is given a fifth finger as part of a wish fulfillment sequence. The fifth finger looks wrong, not just visually wrong in the technical sense of animation consistency, wrong in a deeper sense, the sense in which something natural to the universe of the show has been violated. A five-fingered Homer is less Homer than a four-fingered Homer. The convention has become the character. The limitation has become the definition. This is actually a profound observation about how aesthetic constraints function in art. The things that a formal system cannot do, the absences it contains, become part of what the system says. The Simpsons cannot draw realistic human hands without losing something essential about its own visual language. The abstraction is the reality within the show's terms. Look at the way the show uses space and background. In the early seasons, the backgrounds are dense with information, bookshelves with readable titles, walls with legible signs, bulletin boards with pinned papers that contain actual text. As the show's production shifted increasingly to digital methods, the backgrounds became both more elaborate in some ways and less specific in others, more capable of representing large spaces and complex visual environments, but sometimes less rooted in the specific, chosen details that earlier backgrounds contained. The difference is the difference between a painted room and a photographed one. The painted room contains only what someone decided to put there, and every element is a choice. The show's use of close-up is worth examining closely. Homer's face in extreme close-up, which the show uses frequently, is one of the most expressive surfaces in American animation. The eyes can be dead or alive, frightened or greedy, tender or oblivious, and the transitions between these states happen through small adjustments that the animators clearly worked hard to get right. The famous sequence in Last Exit to Springfield, where Homer, negotiating with Burns, enters what appears to be a daydream about banana peels while Burns delivers a threatening monologue. The close-up on Homer's face during this sequence, the expression of completely absent contentment while a powerful man threatens his future, is one of the funniest and most perfectly observed physical comedy beats in the show's entire run. You believe that Homer is thinking about banana peels. You believe that this is exactly what would happen in Homer's mind in this situation. The animation makes it true. The show's visual vocabulary for Marge's anxiety is similarly precise. When Marge is worried, which is frequently, there are specific visual markers: the slight downward turn of her mouth, the eyes that never quite focus on whatever is in front of her, the way her hands find something to hold, or adjust, or organize. These are drawn behaviors, the equivalent of what an actor would call physical choices, and they were made consistently enough across decades of production that they became reliable. You know when Marge is worried before she says anything, and you know it from the drawing. Burns's visual design is in a class of its own. He is drawn in a way that communicates physical depletion. Every line of his figure suggests that the body has been going for too long, that the structural support has degraded, that what remains is being held together by will and by the weekly treatments that the show eventually makes literal. His head is a specific shape, elongated, with features arranged in a way that suggests compression, as if the skull has been under some kind of sustained pressure for a very long time. His hands are drawn with visible bone structure beneath the skin. His movements are slow, considered, as though each one requires deliberate resource allocation. And yet his eyes are sharp. The eyes are the one element of Burns's visual presentation that contradicts the rest of it. They are alert, calculating, the eyes of someone who is paying attention and whose attention is not kind. This visual distinction between a body that has nearly given out and a mind that has not is maintained carefully throughout the show's run, and it does narrative work that dialogue doesn't need to do. You see Burns and you understand immediately what he is. A mind that has outlasted the body housing it, sustained in that body by mechanisms that nature would not normally permit. The show's use of color as emotional register is another layer of its visual intelligence. The Simpsons' house is warm. The interior lighting is consistently amber and golden. The walls are aged yellows and creams. The furnishings are the specific palette of late 20th century American middle-class domesticity. When the house is the setting, the color palette says comfort and familiarity, even when the episode is about discomfort and conflict. The exterior world of Springfield, the plant, the school, the bars and offices, is cooler, more desaturated, less inviting. The distinction between inside and outside, between family and the world, is partly maintained through color temperature in a way that most viewers absorb without consciously registering. The school is drawn with a specific grimness that is worth noting. Springfield Elementary is always slightly run down, always slightly gray, always slightly too small for the number of children it appears to contain. The corridors are narrow. The classrooms are crowded. The institutional lighting is harsh. When the show wants to communicate that something about the school is particularly bad, a funding cut, a policy failure, a new regime of austerity, it doesn't always do this through dialogue. It does it by pushing the school's visual presentation slightly further toward dereliction, letting the walls look a little more cracked, the floor a little more scuffed. The The fluorescent lights a little more flickering. This is sophisticated visual storytelling that operates below the level of conscious attention, which is the best kind. You feel the school's decline before you're told about it. The image does the work of the scene's emotional setup before any of the characters speak. The show's animation has also been its own subject on several occasions. Episodes that are partly about what animation can do, that put their visual medium in the foreground as a subject of investigation. Homer's Barbershop Quartet includes a sequence that mimics the visual style of early Beatles footage, rendered in animation. Selma's Choice briefly shifts to a different visual style to represent a drug experience. The Treehouse episodes, as discussed, occasionally shift entire visual registers for individual segments. These formal experiments are embedded in a show that normally maintains a consistent, reliable style, and their contrast with that consistency is part of what makes them work. The drawings of The Simpsons are not just illustrations of the show's story. They are arguments about the characters, about the town, about the culture the show is depicting. They are a language that the show has been speaking for 36 years, that has its own grammar and its own vocabulary, and that rewards the kind of attention that most television viewers have never needed to apply to a cartoon. Section 9. The guest stars who changed everything. The Simpsons has had more guest stars than any other show in television history, and the relationship between the show and its guests is one of the most interesting and least examined aspects of its cultural history. The standard analysis is that the guest appearances were a sign of prestige, proof that the show had become significant enough that famous people wanted to be on it, and later a sign of decline as the guests became more nakedly promotional and less organically embedded in the show's world. Both of these things are true, but neither of them is the most interesting thing about what the guest appearances actually did. What the guests did, at their best, was introduce a category problem. The Simpsons exists in a specific fictional universe with specific rules, one of the most important being that the regular characters are fictional and the world is animated. But the guest stars were real people appearing as themselves, or in the early years as versions of themselves, in an animated world. Their presence created a productive tension between the show's fiction and the real world that the show exploited very deliberately in its best episodes. When Michael Jackson appeared in the Season 3 premiere, billed as John J. Smith because of contractual complications, playing a character who might or might not be Jackson, voiced mostly by Jackson, but with the show maintaining strategic ambiguity throughout. The episode was doing something that had no real precedent. It was using the presence of the most famous person in the world at that moment to explore Homer's relationship with fame and celebrity worship, with what it means to meet someone you've projected enormous significance onto, and with the specific heartbreak of the gap between the imagined version of a famous person and the actual human being. Homer meets someone who might be Michael Jackson. The someone turns out to be kind and gentle and interested in helping Bart write a birthday song for Lisa. The celebrity is a person. The person is not the celebrity. Homer experiences this as both a loss and a gift. The episode could not have been made without the real Michael Jackson's participation, and without the ambiguity about whether it was him. The tension between the character's real-world identity and his fictional presentation is the engine of the episode's meaning. Elizabeth Taylor voiced Maggie's first word, Daddy, in a late Season 3 episode. This is, on one level, a celebrity cameo of the purest kind, a famous actress saying a single word and departing. But the choice of Elizabeth Taylor for this specific word, in this specific context, does something the episode is clearly aware of. Taylor was, at the time, one of the most recognizable voices in American culture, a voice associated with femininity, glamour, and a kind of emotional intensity that her long film career had embedded in the cultural memory. Giving that voice to a baby's first word is not a neutral choice. It is the show making a statement about Maggie, about the significance of her silence breaking, about the weight that moment carries. The Paul McCartney episode, Lisa the Vegetarian, Season 7, is perhaps the gold standard for what a guest appearance could accomplish in terms of integrating the guest's actual positions and identity into the show's narrative. McCartney appeared only on the condition that Lisa's conversion to vegetarianism would be permanent, that the episode would not end with Lisa going back to eating meat, that the show would commit to a genuine character change. The show agreed. Lisa has been a vegetarian since season 7 and has remained one, making it one of the show's most durable character commitments. The negotiation behind the scenes is as interesting as the episode itself. McCartney, through his own commitment to vegetarianism, essentially participated in the show's character development in a way that no other guest had done. He didn't just lend his voice, he shaped the show's future. Lisa's vegetarianism becomes, in subsequent episodes, a source of her isolation from the rest of her family, a marker of her difference, a position she holds against social pressure. All of which is more interesting than the alternative, which is just that she tried vegetarianism and then forgot about it. The guest condition produced better television. There is a category of guest appearances where the star played a version of themselves that the show treated with a level of unsentimental honesty that must have been uncomfortable. Conan O'Brien, then a writer for the show who was just leaving to host Late Night, appeared as himself being ground up in a machine. It's a brief moment in a larger episode, but it has an edge to it. The show's way of acknowledging transitions, departures, the passage of people through its creative life, through a comedic frame that is part tribute and part something more complicated. James Brown's appearance in Stark Raving Dad, the season 3 episode that contains the Jackson appearance, includes a brief vocal cameo that functions as ambient cultural texture. You hear the voice without being told whose it is, and either you recognize it or you don't, and the episode's world is fuller because he was there. This is the minor key version of the guest appearance. Not plot relevant, not character defining, just the show's world touching the real world at a small, specific point and retreating. The British invasion guests of the middle seasons, Paul and Linda McCartney, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Elvis Costello, Bette Midler, reflect a specific cultural moment in the show's history when its credibility and ambition were at their highest, when the people who wanted to be associated with it were exactly the people whose association would deepen rather than dilute its credibility. These guests chose the show, and they chose it knowing what the show was, and their presence confirmed something about what the show had managed to become. The later era guest appearances are often discussed as evidence of decline, and some of them are, in the sense that the integration between the guest and the episode's narrative becomes progressively thinner. A celebrity appearing to play a cartoon version of themselves in a context that requires no specific knowledge of who they are or what they've done is a very different thing from Elizabeth Taylor providing the voice for a moment that the episode has built toward for 20 minutes. The former is promotional, the latter is art. But even in the later seasons, the occasional guest appearance transcends its promotional context. When Tina Fey appeared in a late-season episode exploring Lisa's relationship with intelligence and academic competition, the episode found in Fey's persona, the specific brand of nerdy ambition and its costs that her career embodied, something that amplified what it was trying to say about Lisa. The guest and the character were in conversation with each other, across the surface of the episode in a way that required both of them to be present. The meta-reading of the guest stars, taken as a whole, is that they constitute a kind of cultural record, a timeline of who was significant enough to the show's writers to want them in it, what relationships existed between the show's world and the real world in each season, what the show thought would be recognized and valued by its audience. Watch the guest appearances in chronological order, and you get a portrait of American celebrity culture across 3.5 decades, filtered through the specific sensibility of a writer's room in Springfield. Section 10. The Golden Age Episodes. Scene by scene. If you ask people who love The Simpsons to name its best episodes, the answers cluster around a specific period, roughly seasons 3 through 8, with the absolute peak often identified as seasons 4 through 6. This is not just nostalgia, not just the preference of the generation that watched those seasons in first run. These episodes are genuinely different in kind from what came before and after, and the difference is worth examining in detail. Not just to celebrate them, but to understand what they were doing that other television was not. Start with Marge versus the Monorail from season 4. The episode was written by Conan O'Brien, who was, at the time, a staff writer on the show and who had not yet become a television host. It is structured as a parody of The Music Man, the American musical about a con artist who sells a Midwestern town on a band equipment scheme. O'Brien's version replaces the con with a monorail, a single-track elevated rail system that Springfield has no practical need for. that is sold through a song and dance in a town meeting, and that nearly kills everyone when its brakes fail on its inaugural run. The episode is, on its surface, a plot comedy about civic gullibility, the ease with which a flashy idea and a catchy song can override rational assessment of community needs. Homer becomes the monorail's conductor because he is the kind of person who is always drawn toward the thing that sounds most exciting in the moment, without reference to whether it is actually a good idea. He gets the job through confidence and enthusiasm, which is the same mechanism by which the town got the monorail in the first place. The episode is a recursive joke. Homer succeeds at operating a bad idea the same way the town succeeded at acquiring it. But the episode is also doing something more specific, which is making an argument about the 1990s version of American civic culture. The monorail is a specific kind of infrastructure fantasy, the kind that exists for its own exciting image rather than for what it actually does. The town meeting scene where Marge raises reasonable objections about Springfield's actual infrastructure needs and is shouted down by the monorail song is a precise rendering of how public discourse actually works when emotion and spectacle are available to substitute for deliberation. The people of Springfield know the difference between a good idea and an exciting one. They choose the exciting one anyway, because choosing the good idea would require engaging with complexity, and the exciting one comes with a song. Last Exit to Springfield, from Season 4, is the episode most frequently cited by critics as the single best episode the show ever made. It is a labor negotiation episode. Homer, suddenly the union president at the plant, leads a strike against Burns over dental care. This is not the most glamorous premise. Dental care as the stakes for labor conflict is itself a joke, a deflation of the heroic narrative of labor organizing into something quotidian and specific and slightly absurd. And yet the episode builds from this premise to something genuinely grand. The episode works on 3 separate levels simultaneously, which is exceptional for a 22-minute television comedy. On the first level, it is a sharp, accurate satire of labor management relations. Burns' contempt for his workers, the gap between his negotiating position and the actual cost of what he's refusing, the specific dynamic between a corporation's legal and PR machinery and a union that has only its solidarity to leverage. On the second level, it is a character study of Homer as an accidental leader, someone who finds himself in a position of responsibility through a combination of accident and the same confidence that makes him a bad safety inspector, who responds to that responsibility with surprising effectiveness, not because he understands what he's doing, but because his specific chaos is unexpectedly useful in a confrontation with organized power. On the third level, it is a meditation on what it means to fight for something when you don't fully understand the stakes, and whether the outcome is different based on the quality of understanding. The scene where Burns meets Homer to negotiate is frequently cited because of what it does visually. The cross-cutting between Homer's face, which is clearly focused on a very different train of thought, and Burns' face, which is delivering serious threats. But it is the script that makes the scene extraordinary. Burns escalates. Homer doesn't respond. Burns escalates further. Homer continues not responding. And the absence of response, which is usually Homer's cognitive limitation, becomes in this context something that looks like masterful negotiation, the refusal to be drawn into the opponent's frame. Homer wins the negotiation by not being present for it, and the show knows this is both funny and a genuine observation about how power dynamics work. Homer the Great, from Season 6, is the Stonecutters episode, and it is a love letter to the conspiracy theory of secret societies and a genuine critique of how in-group belonging works. Homer discovers that there is a secret society, the Stonecutters, that controls the world and gains entry to it through his grandfather, and is for a brief time the most powerful person in Springfield. The episode makes the satire of fraternal organizations and conspiracy culture extremely broad. The Stonecutters, we learn, have rigged everything from the Super Bowl to the metric system to the Kennedy assassination, while also treating Homer's experience of belonging and his subsequent status as the chosen one with enough genuine feeling that the episode isn't just a joke about conspiracies. It is also a joke about what it means to be special, about how quickly specialness becomes ordinary once it is recognized, about the specific kind of loneliness that comes from discovering that the thing you were told was rare and meaningful is actually just another form of exclusion. A Fish Called Selma from Season 7 is an episode that takes the Troy McClure character, Phil Hartman's recurring creation, the washed-up B-movie actor and pitchman, and gives him a storyline that is genuinely dark under its comedy. McClure's career has been damaged by a scandal involving fish that the show references obliquely throughout his appearances without explaining, and in this episode he attempts to rehabilitate his public image by marrying Selma. The marriage is a PR arrangement, a piece of image management, and both parties know it from the start. What the episode does with this premise is generous toward both characters in ways that the premise doesn't require. Selma, who wants love and is settling for an arrangement, gets something she didn't expect. She is actually seen by McClure in a way that her actual romantic history has not provided. And McClure, who began as purely a vehicle for jokes about Hollywood decay, turns out to have a genuine warmth that his professional persona obscures. The episode doesn't give them a happy ending. The marriage ends when it needs to, for narrative reasons. But it gives them both a moment of actual connection that makes the ending sadder than a purely comedic episode would require. Cape Fear from Season 5 is the Sideshow Bob episode most frequently cited as a masterpiece of comic construction. The episode is a parody of Cape Fear, the thriller film, but what makes it extraordinary is the way it handles Bob's repeated thwarted attacks on Bart. Each attack fails through increasingly absurd coincidence. Rakes on which Bob repeatedly steps, producing a sequence of hits and stumbles that runs well past the point where the joke should have stopped being funny, and then keeps going until it becomes funny again through sheer excess. The episode understands that there is a second level of comedy available beyond the initial joke, accessible if you're willing to push past the point of comfort. The episode also contains the famous sequence where Bob, alone with Bart on a houseboat, is convinced to sing the entirety of HMS Pinafore before killing him. Bart keeps asking for more. Bob, despite himself, keeps performing. And the singing is good. Kelsey Grammer's voice, deployed seriously on Gilbert and Sullivan, is genuinely impressive, which makes the sequence funnier, because the excellence of the performance is exactly wrong for the circumstances. The most sophisticated villain in Springfield, in the moment he has finally achieved his goal, is being delayed by his own theatrical instincts and by a child's correct assessment that those instincts are exploitable. The Golden Age episodes share a structural quality that the later seasons progressively lost. They earn their emotional conclusions. When a Golden Age episode ends with something affecting, Homer's "Do It For Her," the conclusion of Lisa's Substitute, the final scene of Bart the Lover, the feeling is genuine because the episode has done the work. It has established the characters, created real stakes, allowed the comedic and dramatic elements to coexist and support each other, and arrived at its conclusion through a path that the narrative earned rather than asserted. The later seasons often substitute sentimentality for feeling. The music rises, someone says something moving, the episode ends. The Golden Age episodes generate the emotion from the situation itself. Bart Sells His Soul, from Season 7, is probably the episode that best demonstrates the show's capacity for genuine metaphysical comedy. Comedy that is also, seriously, a meditation on what the soul is and what its loss would mean. Bart, in a bet with Milhouse, sells his soul and finds himself in a world that feels slightly wrong. Doors don't open for him by themselves. Animals don't respond to him. The connections between himself and the world have subtly degraded. The episode never clarifies whether the soul is real or whether Bart is just convincing himself. And this ambiguity is the point. The question of whether something is lost because you believe it to be lost, whether the soul exists as a property or as a relationship, whether Bart's discomfort comes from genuine spiritual depletion or from guilt, all of these are left genuinely open. Lisa's response, when she eventually buys back Bart's soul and returns it to him, is the episode's most serious moment. She tells him that a soul isn't something you can sell, that he didn't sell his soul because it wasn't transferable, that souls aren't property. The episode ends with this ambiguity intact, with Bart dreaming of his soul coming home, with the question of what exactly happened left open. It is a 22-minute children's cartoon that takes theological ideas seriously enough to refuse easy resolution. The Golden Age did this repeatedly, and it is why those episodes remain worth watching 30 years later. Section 11. Springfield's Children and What They Were Really Saying. Bart Simpson was the first thing most people knew about The Simpsons. Before the show aired, before anyone had seen an episode, Bart was already on t-shirts and coffee mugs and bumper stickers. He was marketed as a rebel, a disruptor, a cartoon ID given yellow skin and a skateboard. Don't have a cow, man. Eat my shorts. A child's defiance made safe enough for merchandising, edgy enough to feel transgressive. And for a while, this is what Bart was. A cultural symbol of juvenile resistance that parents found mildly threatening and children found validating. The show quickly outgrew this. The show had always been more than this. Because Bart Simpson, written honestly and at length, is not an emblem. He is a person. He is a specific kind of boy, not the rebel without a cause, not the pure id, but something more complicated and more familiar. A child of above-average intelligence with no appropriate channel for it, operating in an institutional environment, the school, and a domestic environment, the family, that are both organized in ways that his specific kind of intelligence cannot navigate. He is not stupid. He is wrongly placed. The show makes this clear in multiple episodes, most directly in Bart Gets an F from Season 2, where Bart is genuinely trying, not just going through the motions of trying, but actually investing effort and still failing to perform academically in the ways the school measures performance. The episode ends with him crying, which is one of the most startling moments in the show's early run. Bart does not cry. His emotional register is deflection and bravado and mischief. When he cries, something real has been reached. The tears are the show telling you that behind the cultural symbol is a child who is actually struggling, who is actually frightened, who actually wants to be good at school and cannot figure out how. The episode's climax, Mamajai, where Bart, on the verge of failing and being held back, correctly identifies the historical context of a painting in the room and argues for extra credit that saves him, is a moment of vindication, but a modest one. He passes. He doesn't transform. He goes back to being Bart. But the moment establishes that there is real intelligence in there, intelligence of a specific and practical kind that the school's structures are not built to measure. He knows things. He understands things. He simply cannot perform the rituals through which the school translates knowing into grades. Bart's relationship with his teachers is one of the show's most consistent observational threads. Mrs. Crabapple has been discussed, but the show also gives Bart a series of replacement teachers, substitutes, and authority figures of varying quality, and his response to them is always calibrated to their actual relationship to teaching. When he encounters someone who is genuinely good at it, Anayika, someone who is interested in him and in the material and in the act of connecting the two, he responds. The famous episode Bart Gets a Z, where a young teacher briefly connects with the class before becoming caught up in social media, is a later season example of this, but the principle runs throughout the show's treatment of Bart and education. The relationship with Homer is the structural center of Bart's life in a way that the show explores more carefully than most viewers notice. Homer and Bart are in some ways too similar. The impulsive decision-making, the appetite for immediate gratification, the difficulty with sustained effort, and in other ways perfectly complementary. Homer's love for Bart is enormous and inconsistently expressed, sometimes appearing as genuine warmth and connection, and sometimes appearing as the strangling reflex that has become one of the show's signature gags. The strangling is a joke, obviously, but it is also a specific kind of joke. It is the physicalization of a parent's frustrated love, the desire to throttle the thing you love most when it is being most itself and most maddening. Homer doesn't strangle Bart because he is cruel. He strangles Bart because being Bart's father is the most testing thing Homer has ever done, and his body expresses this before his mind can catch up. The episode that most honestly examines Bart and Homer's relationship is Bart Star from Season 9. Admittedly from after the Golden Age, where Homer becomes the coach of Bart's football team, and the episode explores what it means to have your parent overinvest in your activities, to have love become pressure, become performance anxiety. The episode is imperfect, but its emotional core is genuine. Bart doesn't want Homer at his games, not because he doesn't love Homer, but because Homer's love is too large and too badly calibrated and too unaware of its own weight. Lisa's childhood is a different kind of story. Where Bart struggles with institutions, Lisa has mastered them. She knows how schools work, how grades work, how adult approval is obtained and maintained. The problem is that mastering the institution has made her dependent on it. Her identity is built around being the smartest person in the room, the best student, the one whose intelligence is recognized and rewarded. Remove the institution, remove the grades, the recognition, the external validation, and Lisa is at sea. The episode Lisa's Rival from Season 6 is the most direct exploration of this. A new student arrives at Springfield Elementary who is smarter than Lisa, at least in the areas where Lisa has defined her identity, and Lisa's response is not graceful. She becomes competitive, anxious, resentful, and briefly destructive. The episode doesn't redeem Lisa by having her transcend her jealousy. It shows the jealousy, allows it to be genuinely unflattering, and ends with an acknowledgement that the jealousy is based in real insecurity, not just competitive instinct. Lisa's relationship with the saxophone is the show's most consistent treatment of what art does for a person in a context where they don't otherwise fit. The saxophone is the one place Lisa's intelligence and sensitivity produce joy rather than isolation. When she plays, she is not performing competence for adult approval. She is being, in the most unguarded sense, herself. The show treats her playing seriously. The saxophone sequences are never just background comedy, never just the weird kid with her instrument, and in doing so makes an argument about what music is for, about why some people need art the way other people need food. Nelson Muntz is a character. The show underused in ways that become more frustrating the more you look at him. Nelson is drawn, primarily, as Bart's comic antagonist, the bully, the heckler, the kid whose ha-ha has become one of the show's most recognizable running jokes. But several episodes explore Nelson's home situation. An absent father, a mother who is present but incapable, a domestic environment that is materially and emotionally deprived. And these episodes reveal Nelson as a product of specific conditions rather than a natural bully. The episode Sleeping with the Enemy, where Nelson begins spending time at the Simpson house and Marge essentially mothers him, is the fullest development of what Nelson could be with different circumstances. A child who is capable of kindness and connection, and who responds to care with unexpected gratitude. The episode doesn't save Nelson. At the end, he returns to his home and his established role. But the glimpse is enough. He is not naturally cruel. He is shaped by conditions. The Children of Springfield, taken together, are a portrait of American childhood at a specific moment, the late 20th century, when the institutions meant to support children, schools, families, communities, were under enough stress that the gaps were beginning to show, but not so much stress that they had fully broken. Bart navigates a school that doesn't serve him. Lisa navigates a school that rewards the wrong things. Nelson navigates a home that can't support him. Milhouse navigates a family that is falling apart. These are not special circumstances. These are the ordinary conditions of childhood for a large number of American children in this period, rendered visible through the specific exaggeration of animation and comedy. The show's children are also, collectively, the audience's surrogate. For people who grew up watching the show, Bart's age and Lisa's age corresponded at some point to their own. The show entered their lives at a developmental moment and became part of how they understood themselves and their world. This is not unique to The Simpsons. All long-running, demographically targeted shows do something like this. But the specific quality of the show's engagement with what it is to be a child, the honesty with which it depicted the specific frustrations and fears, and occasional transcendence of childhood, means that the attachment people feel to those characters is not just nostalgic. It is the attachment you feel to a thing that saw you when you were young and told the truth about what it saw. Maggie, finally, is the most mysterious of Springfield's children, and the one who receives the least resolution. She is the youngest, the least verbal, the one who exists primarily as a receiver of other characters' actions. She is protected, carried, worried over, occasionally accidentally endangered. And yet she is, as has been observed, repeatedly the most effective agent in the show. She saves her father. She defeats a tyrannical toddler. She shoots a man. She is 1 year old and has accomplished more than most adults in Springfield. The show refuses to develop Maggie toward speech or walking or the conventional developmental milestones. And this refusal is, on one reading, just a production choice. She is a baby, Babies are comedically useful. You don't age out the baby. But on another reading, it is the show's most honest statement about what it feels like to be the youngest in a large, chaotic, loud family. You watch, you absorb, you understand more than anyone thinks you understand, and you stay quiet because staying quiet is how you stay safe in a world that is always moving faster than you can follow. Maggie's silence is not innocence. It is wisdom accumulated by a child too young to be credited with it, held carefully behind the pacifier, waiting. Section 12. The Ending That Never Came. The Simpsons has not ended. It has been renewed through season 38 and possibly beyond. And there is no announced conclusion, no planned finale, no date on the calendar toward which the show is building. It will continue until it is canceled or until the business conditions that sustain it change sufficiently that continuation no longer makes sense. This is not unusual for long-running American television, but for a show that is as formally self-aware as The Simpsons, a show that has spent decades commenting on its own existence, on the nature of television, on the relationship between a long-running show and its audience, the absence of an ending is not a neutral fact. It is itself a statement. The show has on multiple occasions depicted versions of its own ending. The season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding projects Lisa into her future as a young adult, engaged, living in England, returned to Springfield for the wedding, and gives the audience a version of the show's world 20 years forward. The episode is partly a love story about Lisa's relationship with her family, and the ending, where she chooses to be with them rather than to stay with her fiancé in order to preserve her future, is moving. But it is also a version of what an ending could look like. The family reunited, the children grown, the house still there on Evergreen Terrace. The episode ends by returning us to the present, to Lisa at 8, to the show's perpetual now. The future closes. The door to that version of events shuts, and the show resumes its permanent present tense. This has happened repeatedly. The future is shown and then retracted. The characters age and then return to their fixed ages. The ending is gestured toward and then denied. What the show is doing with these sequences, whether it is conscious of doing anything or whether it simply required these moments for narrative reasons, is creating a structure in which the audience has experienced the ending of The Simpsons multiple times without the show actually ending. The closure has been delivered in installments, parceled out across flash-forward episodes and season finales and anthology segments and dream sequences. The audience knows what the ending would feel like. The show has given it to them. It has just not allowed it to be permanent. The finale problem is real for any show that runs long enough, and The Simpsons has run longer than any other scripted television drama or comedy in American history. The finale of a long-running show carries the accumulated weight of everything that show has been. Every character relationship, every ongoing thread, every emotional note that has been sustained across years or decades. For a show with 8 million active viewers and hundreds of millions of former viewers for whom the show is woven into their formative memories, the finale is not just the end of a TV series. It is the end of a version of their past. This is probably not something The Simpsons can deliver, given what it is. The show is not structured around an ongoing narrative that requires resolution. It is structured around the permanent present, the floating timeline, the family that does not age, and the world that does not change. An ending would require a departure from this structure, would require acknowledging time's passage, the character's development, the world's change, in ways that might be emotionally satisfying, but that would also be a formal rupture with what the show has been for 36 years. The Barthood episode from season 27 is the show's most serious meditation on what an ending might feel like. The episode traces Bart's life from infancy to adulthood in the style of the film Boyhood, compressing decades of development into 22 minutes, allowing Bart to grow up and away from Springfield, and toward a version of himself that is both recognizable as Bart and genuinely different from the 10-year-old who appears in every other episode. The episode is formally extraordinary for the late period show. It commits fully to its premise. It earns its emotional conclusions. It allows itself to be genuinely sad about the passage of time in ways that the show normally deflects. And then it ends, and the next episode Bart is 10 years old again. The gap between Barthood and the regular show is not a failure of the episode. It is, if you read it charitably, the point. The episode shows you what time would have done to Bart if time were allowed to operate in Springfield. And then the show reasserts its structure, returns to the floating timeline, and the version of Bart that grew up recedes. It was a vision, not a prophecy. There is a version of The Simpsons finale that fans have been writing in their heads for years. It is usually built around the coma theory. Homer waking up, discovering how much time has passed, finding his family changed. Or it is built around a single episode of genuine emotional reckoning. A conversation between Homer and Marge or Homer and Bart that says the things 36 years of comedy have circled without landing. Or it is built around something like the ending of Lisa's wedding, the family at the table, the house around them, just enough time left to say what needed saying. What would the actual finale have to do? It would have to reconcile the permanent present with the passage of real time. The audience has aged, the show has not. The people who watched Bart in 1989 as contemporaries are now in their 40s and 50s. The people who watched the Golden Age seasons as college students are middle-aged. The show they loved is still playing, still yellow, still the same family on the same couch, and the distance between the show's frozen moment and the audience's lived time has become the most poignant thing about it. The finale, if it comes, will have to address this distance. It will have to acknowledge that time has passed outside the frame, even if it hasn't passed inside it. It will have to say something about what it means that the show has been running for this long. That a specific generation of Americans has carried these characters for their entire adult lives. That Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie are more continuous presences in many people's cultural experience than most actual human relationships. Or it won't. The finale might just be another episode, slightly larger, slightly more expensive, with a tag that says goodbye and a couch gag that finally ends something. The show might simply stop mid-float, the timeline still untethered, the family still young, the plant still running, Burns still glowing in the dark somewhere. And the audience would watch the credits roll for the last time and feel the particular grief of losing something that was never going to end but ended anyway. The show has been preparing us for this. Every time a character was born in the show and has by now aged past what the show will allow. Every flash-forward episode. Every melancholy note at the end of a Golden Age episode. Every moment where the show allowed itself to know what it was doing, to be a temporary thing carrying permanent feelings, and shared that knowledge with the audience. Homer Simpson, asleep at his console in Sector 7G, Candy in the reactor, the plant running, Marge at home waiting, the kids young forever, Burns at his desk above the glowing city he built and poisoned, and cannot quite die. This is the image the show has given us for 36 years, and whatever ending comes, this is the image that will persist. The loop, still floating. Springfield, still there. The family that never ages in the town that never learns. Preserved in amber, exactly as we left them, exactly as they always were. The show will end someday. The floating timeline will have to land. And when it does, all of us who have been watching, all of us who grew up with Bart's rebellion and Lisa's saxophone and Homer's donuts and Marge's hair, will feel something that doesn't quite have a name. Not just grief for a television show, grief for the version of ourselves that needed this show, that found in its permanent present something that the real world with its real time could not provide. A place where it was always Sunday night, the family was always home, and nobody ever had to say goodbye. Springfield was always temporary. We were always going to have to leave. The miracle is that we stayed this long. Section 13. Krusty the Clown and the Mythology of the Failed Father. There is a version of The Simpsons that no one made, a version in which Krusty the Clown is the main character. This version would not be a comedy. It would be a tragedy about a man who became famous playing a character and then could not find himself underneath the character, who spent decades performing joy for children while experiencing something very far from joy, whose relationship with his own father became the wound that everything else in his life bled from. The actual Simpsons contains all of this. It just contains it in the margins, in the background radiation of Krusty episodes, in the space between the jokes about gambling addiction and tax evasion, and the specific melancholy that Krusty carries in every scene. Krusty was born Herschel Schmoikel Kristofsky, son of Rabbi Hyman Kristofsky in a Jewish household in Springfield. His father wanted him to become a rabbi. He wanted to become a clown. The conflict between these two desires, between the life his father's tradition asked him to lead and the life that his own nature required, is the foundational story of Krusty's existence, and it is one that the show treats with unusual seriousness when it returns to it. The episode Like Father, Like Clown from Season 3 is the fullest exploration of this backstory, and it is a beautifully constructed piece of television that operates simultaneously as a parody of the religious/secular conflict in Jewish families, and as a genuine meditation on what it costs to disappoint a parent. Krusty's father has disowned him. For years, decades, the estrangement has held, and Krusty has dealt with it in the way he deals with everything, through performance, through the clown persona that keeps his actual feelings at sufficient distance that he can function. When Bart and Lisa take it upon themselves to reconcile Krusty with his father, the episode allows Rabbi Krustovsky to be genuinely complex. Not simply a rigid traditionalist, but a man who has also been grieving, who has also been wrong about something important, who is capable of change when the argument arrives in the right form. The episode ends with the reconciliation. Father and son embrace. The wound closes. And the comedy of the episode is never cruel about any of this. The show understands that it is depicting a real kind of pain and allows the resolution to be genuinely warm. But the episode ends, and by the next episode, the reconciliation's consequences have not particularly altered Krusty. The gambling continues. The tax evasion continues. The lifestyle of compulsive distraction continues. The wound has closed at the level of the relationship without closing at the level of the person, because the person was shaped by the wound over decades, and a single good conversation cannot undo the shaping. Krusty's daughter Sophie, who appears in a later season episode, is the show's most direct engagement with what Krusty might have been as a father. He discovers that he has a daughter he didn't know about, a product of a brief relationship during the Gulf War. And the episode explores his attempt to be a present father for a child he has barely met. His efforts are genuine and inadequate in equal measure. He wants to give her things. He wants to perform fatherhood the way he performs everything. But Sophie doesn't need performance. She needs the person, underneath the persona, the Herschel who exists when the makeup is off. And Krusty, after 50 years of the makeup, has lost reliable access to that person. The show doesn't resolve this because it can't be resolved in an episode. The daughter recedes from the narrative. Krusty returns to his established life. But the episode leaves you with the specific sadness of watching someone try to love a child with tools that are completely wrong for the job. Entertainment skills deployed in an emotional context that requires something entirely different. And the gap between what he offers and what is needed, not a function of malice, but of a specific kind of formation, a lifetime of learning to use the clown when what was needed was the man. Krusty's Jewish identity is also one of the show's most carefully handled aspects of cultural representation. The show is aware that Krusty could easily be a collection of Jewish comedian cliches. The self-deprecation, the material anxiety, the family guilt, the show business identification. And it is aware of these as cliches. What it does with this awareness is make Krusty's Jewishness specific rather than general. He is not a type. He is a particular man from a particular family with a particular theological inheritance that he both fled and carries. His relationship to his father's faith is not dismissal. It is the complicated relationship of someone who understood that faith deeply enough to know what he was leaving when he left. Rabbi Krustovsky, voiced by Jackie Mason, is one of the show's great one-episode characters, a character so fully realized in a single appearance that his absence from most of the show's run feels like a genuine gap. When he appears in Like Father, Like Clown and delivers lines that contain both comedy and genuine feeling about what it means to have a child who chose differently than you hoped, the episode becomes larger than its format should allow. It is using a Simpsons episode to make an argument about parent-child estrangement that would hold up in a drama. The mythology of the failed father runs through The Simpsons more broadly than Krusty alone. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, failed Homer in specific and documented ways, by lying about his mother's death, by being emotionally unavailable, by striking the deal with Burns that traded Homer's potential for job security. Homer fails his own children regularly and loves them extravagantly, producing the specific combination of failure and devotion that is the show's most honest portrait of parenting. Burns had a father whose legacy he has spent over a century, both extending and escaping. The father-child relationships in Springfield are engines of the show's deepest observations. They are where the comedy and the real feeling most reliably intersect. They are where the show is most willing to be honest about the way that people damage the people they love, simply by being imperfect humans passing their imperfections forward. Krusty damaged his daughter by being unavailable. Abe damaged Homer by being dishonest. Homer damages his children by being chaotic, and loves them well enough that the damage and the love are genuinely inseparable. The cycle is not broken by the awareness of it. It continues, and the show watches it continue, and the comedy is the container that allows the watching to happen without becoming unbearable. Section 14. What the music has always been telling you. The Simpsons has one of the most recognized theme songs in television history, and most people who can hum it have never thought carefully about what it is. Danny Elfman's composition for the show's opening sequence is not a typical sitcom theme. It is not a theme that tells you what the show is, that reassures you about its nature, that sets expectations for the tone of what you're about to watch. It is something stranger and more interesting than that. It is a theme that is genuinely excited and slightly ominous simultaneously, that has in it a quality of anticipation without quite specifying what is anticipated, that sweeps and expands and produces in the listener a feeling of readiness for something whose character is not yet determined. Listen to it in isolation, without the visual of the show, and ask yourself, what kind of show does this theme belong to? It could belong to an adventure story. It could belong to a science fiction series. It could belong to something dark, something strange, something about possibility rather than comfort. The Simpsons theme does not sound like a family sitcom's theme because it was not composed as one. Elfman composed something that matched his own experience of the show's potential. Its capacity to be anything, to go anywhere, to expand beyond the premise of its first description. Alf Clausen, who composed and arranged the show's incidental music for over 2 decades, built a musical vocabulary for Springfield that is one of the most sophisticated in American television history. The show required music for every conceivable situation and emotion: comedy, horror, tenderness, satire, parody, genuine feeling. And Clausen developed a language that could serve all of these while maintaining a consistent sound that identified it as belonging to this specific show. The orchestra he used was real, a full orchestra recorded for each episode, which gave the music a warmth and complexity that the show's visual style amplified rather than contradicted. The show's use of music is also one of its most consistently effective narrative tools in ways that viewers rarely identify consciously but always feel. When the music swells under a moment that is supposed to be moving, and when that moment has been earned by the episode's construction, the combination produces an emotional response that is disproportionate to what should be possible in an animated sitcom. The Simpsons has made millions of people cry, and almost every account of this experience identifies the music as essential to how it happened. The music opens the emotional door that the animation and the writing have built. The show also parodies music across its run with a precision that reflects genuine musical knowledge. The Stonecutters song from Homer the Great is constructed as a Gilbert and Sullivan pastiche that works because it actually understands how Gilbert and Sullivan construct their comic songs: the specific rhythmic patterns, the escalating absurdity, the verse structure that builds to increasingly unlikely rhymes. The songs in the musical episode Homer's Barbershop Quartet demonstrate a knowledge of the British invasion sound. Not a general impression of it, but actual understanding of its production elements and songwriting conventions. The recurring Springfield Elementary School song, which appears in various forms across many episodes, is a piece of extremely deliberate musical comedy. It is badly written in the specific ways that school songs are badly written, with the specific earnestness that characterizes amateur institutional music. And it works as comedy precisely because it is so accurate to its source. Someone who wrote it had been to schools where songs like this were sung and remembered not just the experience, but the specific musical qualities that made those songs what they were. The music of The Simpsons is also a historical document. The episode placements of specific songs, the pop music that plays in background scenes, the cultural references embedded in musical choices, create a timeline of American popular music across the show's run that reflects the tastes and cultural references of the people who made it. There are seasons where the music choices are steeped in the classic rock and soul of the writer's formative years, and later seasons where the musical references have shifted with the audience and the writer's room. Following the music across the show's run is like following a specific generation's relationship to sound through time. The most emotionally significant use of music in the show's history is probably the sequence in Homer's Barbershop Quartet, where the show parodies the Beatles' rise and fall, ending with a breakup scene that mirrors the Beatles' actual dissolution with enough fidelity to produce genuine feeling. The parody works because the original carries enough emotional weight that even its shadow, rendered in animation, carries some of that weight. The show understands that parody is not distance. Done well, parody can be a form of tribute that accesses the original's emotional register through the angle of affection rather than the angle of straight imitation. The Simpsons also contains, particularly in the Treehouse of Horror episodes, and in the show's horror-adjacent regular episodes, some of the most effective use of music for atmospheric effect in animated television. Bernard Herrmann's style, Ennio Morricone's style, John Williams' style, all of these have been referenced and employed with enough precision that they land as jokes for people who recognize them and as effective atmosphere for people who don't. The music is doing double duty, which is a quality that characterizes the show's best work in every register. The theme music returns at the end of every episode, under the credits, and this return is one of the most psychologically complex moments in television's weekly ritual. The theme means beginning. The theme belongs to the opening sequence, to Bart at the chalkboard and the family running for the couch. Hearing it at the end of an episode creates a temporal loop. The end becomes the beginning. The show folds back on itself. The family is perpetually at the start of something, rather than at the end. This is not accidental. The music does what the floating timeline does. It refuses to allow the episode to have ended in any final sense. There is always another opening. There is always the theme again. Section 15. Springfield at Work. Labor, Class, and the American Job. The workplace in Springfield is one of the most consistently observed elements of the show across its entire run. Not just the power plant, which has been discussed at length, but the full range of employment that the show depicts. And the specific thing the show believes about work, which it states over and over across 36 seasons in ways that accumulate into something that isn't often acknowledged as one of the show's central arguments. The central argument is this. In Springfield, work does not match ability, and the gap between what people are capable of and what their jobs require of them is one of the primary sources of the town's dysfunction. This is not a radical or unusual observation. It is one of the most widely shared observations in the sociology of labor. But the show makes it specific and funny and visible in ways that television rarely managed before or after. Homer is the most obvious example, but not the most interesting one. Homer's mismatch is fundamental. His intelligence and his job requirements are simply incompatible. And the comedy of this is the comedy of scale. A man who once scored in the bottom percentile of cognitive testing is the safety inspector of a nuclear facility. The gap is so large it becomes absurd, which is what makes it funny. The more interesting cases are the people whose mismatch is less extreme and therefore more recognizable. Lenny and Carl both have advanced academic qualifications and are doing manual monitoring work that requires neither. This is a comedy detail, but it is also an accurate depiction of how many people with advanced degrees end up employed. The research suggesting that credential inflation in the American labor market has produced exactly this, a population with higher average educational attainment than the economy actually requires, is consistent with what the show depicts in Sector 7G. The problem isn't that Lenny and Carl couldn't find better work. The problem is that better work, as the labor market defines it, may not actually exist in sufficient quantity for the number of people qualified for it. Mo is underemployed in a different sense. He appears to be a competent bartender who has run a reasonably successful establishment, however unprofitable it appears, for decades. There is a version of Mo's life where his specific skills, the quick read of a customer's needs, the ability to manage a room, the capacity for genuine warmth when he extends it, would be recognized and rewarded in ways his current situation doesn't provide. He is not in the wrong profession. He is in the profession he is in. and what the profession offers him is not enough for the person he is. Barney, who had academic potential before the alcoholism intervened, is the show's starkest depiction of what labor market failure looks like when it is personal rather than systemic. His failure is both. The system failed to provide him with the conditions that would have allowed his potential to develop, and a specific personal catastrophe, the introduction to alcohol, redirected his trajectory. The show treats both factors as real without adjudicating between them, which is the honest approach. The episode King Size Homer from Season 7, where Homer deliberately gains weight to qualify for disability accommodation, is a joke about labor law and employer obligations that is also, under the comedy, an observation about how people navigate work environments that are poorly suited to them. Homer's specific tactic is absurd, but the underlying problem, that his job is incompatible with his nature and that he is looking for any available exit from its requirements, is genuine. The comedy is in the method. The situation is real. Springfield also contains a remarkable number of small business owners whose enterprises are perpetually on the edge of failure. This is the American small business story, the dream of self-employment, the independence, the personal stake, and also the precarity, the competition, the way that a single bad quarter can undo years of work. The show treats small business not as the American dream's fulfillment, but as another form of the trap that work in Springfield generally represents. The business is yours, but the risk is yours too, and the market doesn't reward your ownership of your work with stability. The union storyline in Last Exit to Springfield is the show's most direct engagement with organized labor, and as discussed in the Golden Age section, it is a piece of genuinely sharp satire. But the labor theme runs through the show far beyond that single episode. Every time Homer's job security is threatened, every time a character faces unemployment, every time the show depicts the relationship between an employer and an employee, it is making observations about the asymmetry of that relationship and the specific vulnerability of people who need wages more urgently than employers need any particular worker. Burns's attitude toward his workers is not just villainy for its own sake. It is the show's portrait of a specific, real historical disposition, the pre-New Deal view of labor as a cost to be minimized. Workers as interchangeable units whose individual characteristics are irrelevant to the production function. Wages as a concession extracted under duress, rather than as fair compensation for value created. Burns is old enough to have formed his views before labor regulation, before unionization, before any of the legal and cultural changes that modified the employer-employee relationship in the 20th century. He is a period piece of management philosophy preserved by his impossible longevity in a world that has nominally moved beyond his views. The fact that Springfield has moved on in name only. The labor protections exist, the union exists, but Burns has found ways to render them largely ineffective, is the show's most honest observation about regulatory capture. The rules exist. The rules are followed, technically. The gap between technical compliance and actual protection of workers remains enormous, and the people who bear that gap are the people in Sector 7G, doing their jobs, collecting their paychecks, not quite healthy, not quite safe, not quite in a position to do anything about it. Springfield's labor landscape is, finally, a portrait of a place where most people's working lives are significantly below what their capacities could produce, in conditions that are worse than they need to be, for compensation that is adequate but not generous, with no realistic path towards something better. This is not unusual. This is, for a very large proportion of American workers, the ordinary condition. The show does not make this a subject of outrage or of political sermon. It makes it a subject of comedy and observation, which is a different kind of honesty. The kind that says, this is how things are, and here is what it looks like up close from inside the lives of the people living it. Section 16. Springfield's religion, faith, and the question. Nobody gets answered. The Simpsons has engaged with religion more consistently and more thoughtfully than almost any primetime American television comedy in its era. This is not an obvious observation. The show is not a religious show, does not present religion sympathetically in the way that a show trying to appeal to religious audiences might, and its treatment of Reverend Lovejoy and the institutional church is often as satirical as its treatment of any other Springfield institution. But the questions the show returns to, about God's existence and intervention, about the relationship between faith and suffering, about what prayer is and what it accomplishes, about the specific experience of being a person who believes in things they cannot prove, are genuine theological questions, asked with genuine curiosity and answered usually not at all. The most theologically interesting recurring element of the show is God's actual presence. God appears in The Simpsons, not as a metaphor, not as a vision, not ambiguously by thought, as a direct character, visible on screen, speaking to Homer on at least 2 occasions. The show's God looks like a cartoon deity, enormous, bearded, with an aura of divine presence rendered in animation, and speaks to Homer directly in Homer the Heretic and in several subsequent episodes. The implications of this are extraordinary, and the show is aware of them. If God exists and is accessible within the show's fictional universe, then faith is not a question. The evidence is available. God has been visually documented. And yet the residents of Springfield treat the existence of God as a matter of faith and worship rather than as an established fact. Because within the show's logic, Homer's encounters with God are not the kind of thing that alters civic belief. Springfield normalizes miracles the same way it normalizes everything else. Homer the Heretic is the show's most sustained theological episode, and it deserves close attention. Homer, tired of going to church every Sunday, decides to stay home one Sunday and has the best day of his life. He sleeps in, he makes breakfast, he watches football. He avoids the social obligations of church attendance. And he is happy in a specific, uncomplicated way that the episode renders as genuinely enviable. Meanwhile, at the church, a fire breaks out, and the congregation is in danger, and it is the town's non-believers, Krusty, Apu, who help rescue them. The episode handles the theological question it has raised with unusual honesty. God appears to Homer in a dream, and they have a conversation about faith and religious observance and the relationship between institutional religion and actual spiritual experience. God does not condemn Homer for staying home. God acknowledges that Homer's experience of a good Sunday without church has some validity. God suggests that the relationship between a person and the divine doesn't require the specific intermediary of organized religion. This is not the resolution you'd expect from a primetime comedy in 1992. It is a genuine theological argument delivered by a cartoon deity to a cartoon Homer, and it holds up as an argument. The episode ends with Homer returning to church, not because the show requires religious observance, but because the fire has reminded him that the community around the church, the people who are there, the connections that the institution creates, even when the institution itself is inadequate, has value that his solitary Sundays couldn't provide. He is not convinced of doctrine. He is reminded of community. This is a distinction that the show makes explicitly, and it is a more sophisticated distinction than most television comedy would attempt. Ned Flanders' faith is, as discussed earlier in this video, the show's most painful use of religious themes. Ned believes sincerely, practices devoutly, follows the rules completely, and is subjected to consistent suffering that the show never meaningfully explains. His wife dies. His house is destroyed. His children lose their mother. His neighbor is a chaos engine who treats Ned's generosity as an inexhaustible resource. God within the show's universe is available for conversation with Homer, but apparently has nothing to say to Ned. The show does not explain this asymmetry, but it is aware of it. There are episodes where Ned explicitly addresses God about the gap between his faith and his fortune, where he asks directly why his obedience does not produce the outcomes that obedience is supposed to produce. These moments are among the show's most genuinely affecting because Ned is asking a real question, a question that real people of faith ask. And the show does not provide a consoling answer. The question is held open. The suffering continues. The faith somehow persists. This is honest. Genuine religious faith, as practiced by real people, does not work on a transaction model. It is not the case that observance reliably produces good outcomes, and any honest representation of faith has to engage with the fact that bad things happen to people who pray and follow the rules and try to be good. Ned's faith does not protect him. Ned's faith sustains him through things it cannot protect him from. And the show's observation that this is what faith actually is, not a shield against misfortune, but a framework for surviving misfortune, is more theologically sophisticated than the comfortable versions of the story that entertainment typically offers. Apu's relationship to Hindu practice, which appears in a handful of episodes, is treated with less depth than Ned's faith, but with genuine respect. His shrine, his observance, his references to his tradition are present in his characterization without being made the subject of comedy in ways that would feel dismissive. This is a lower bar than what the show achieves with Ned, but it is worth acknowledging that the show's reflex is toward respect rather than mockery for sincere religious practice across traditions. The Springfield Church itself, First Church of Springfield, interdenominational, is a satirical target, but the satire is aimed at institutional religion rather than faith itself. Reverend Lovejoy is the show's portrait of a religious leader whose vocation has become a job, who delivers sermons he clearly doesn't find interesting to a congregation. He clearly finds exhausting, who maintains the forms of ministerial care while having largely abandoned the substance. He gives bad advice. He is distracted during pastoral conversations. His wife is a gossip whose moral interventions are more about social control than genuine concern. But even Lovejoy has moments where the original vocation is visible, where something about his role and his tradition touches something real in him, and he rises briefly to the occasion. The show does not abandon him entirely to caricature. He is a man who chose something large and found himself in something smaller, which is one of the show's recurring templates for adult life. The religious questions the show asks are ultimately the same questions it asks about everything else. What do institutions do for the people they contain? What happens when the formal and the genuine diverge? What sustains a person through conditions that should break them? And what does it mean to believe in something you cannot prove in a world that provides ample evidence for alternative conclusions? Springfield does not answer these questions. It holds them in the amber of its permanent present, alongside the yellow skin and the glowing plant, and the family that never ages, in the specific suspension that is the show's truest condition. Section 17. The road trips, the vacations, and Springfield abroad. There is a recurring structure in The Simpsons that doesn't get discussed much in the show's criticism, probably because it seems like a production convenience rather than a meaningful narrative choice. Across the show's run, The Simpsons leave Springfield repeatedly. They go to Washington, to Florida, to Brazil, to England, to Japan, to Australia, to France, to Italy, to countries that don't exist and locations that shouldn't. Homer travels to space. The family visits Itchy and Scratchy Land, a nightmare version of a theme park. They go to the World's Fair. They attend events in cities that are clearly New York or Los Angeles or Washington, rendered with enough detail to identify them, but not quite enough to require full accuracy. These episodes perform a specific function in the show's world. They take the characters out of the closed system of Springfield and put them in contact with things that are different cultures, different assumptions, different standards of behavior, and the comedy usually arises from the collision between the Simpsons' Springfield-shaped worldview and the world outside Springfield. Homer's ugliness as a tourist, his cultural insensitivity, his inability to read social situations he wasn't trained for, all of these are comedy material, but they are also observations about a very real and very widespread American phenomenon. There is a particular way that Americans who have not traveled widely interact with the rest of the world. A way of encountering difference as an inconvenience, of measuring foreign places against an implicit American standard and finding them lacking, of being genuinely surprised that other places have different systems and not embarrassed by the surprise. Homer is the archetype of this kind of traveler, and he is drawn without much sympathy in these moments. The comedy of Homer in Australia, charged with the criminal offense of flushing a toilet in the wrong direction, threatened with a booting, baffled by a culture that operates on different premises, is partly at Homer's expense, which is unusual for a show that usually protects its protagonist from full ridicule. The Springfield travel episodes also function as exercises in the show's world-building capacity. Every location The Simpsons visit is rendered with the same eye for detail that characterizes Springfield itself. The background gags, the specific cultural references, the visual jokes that reward attention. The London episode constructs a version of England that is exaggerated in the specific ways that American impressions of England tend to be exaggerated, while also containing enough accuracy to function as genuine representation. The Japan episode does the same for Japanese culture, with a sharper satirical edge because the cultural gap being navigated is larger. The Bart vs. Australia episode is probably the most sustained single piece of international comedy the show produced. And it is interesting because its satirical targets are multiple. Homer is the ugly American tourist. The Australian government is depicted with a specificity that suggests the writers actually researched the target. The U.S. Embassy staff are rendered as a kind of imperial outpost, more concerned with the dignity of American representation than with their citizens' welfare. The episode is not particularly kind to anyone in it, which is a quality that the best international episodes share. They are not just Americans are dumb abroad jokes. They are everyone in this situation is behaving stupidly for comprehensible reasons jokes. The space episode, Deep Space Homer, from Season 5, is the show's most extreme departure from the physical conditions of Springfield, and one of its best. Homer is sent to space because NASA has determined that its image problem is one of elitism. Astronauts are too competent, too dedicated, too qualified, and regular Americans cannot identify with them. So they search for the most ordinary American they can find and select Homer. The episode is a parody of the every man in space narrative, while also being a genuine version of it. Homer's specific combination of incompetence and luck produces outcomes in space that professional competence would not have. He manages to solve a crisis that his own actions created, through mechanisms that have nothing to do with the kind of intelligence NASA trains for. The episode also contains Barney Gumbel's brief ascent to space program competence and his subsequent destruction by a single champagne toast at the celebration party. This arc, the moment of Barney's sobriety and potential quickly foreclosed, is one of the show's recurring micro-tragedies, and it happens here in accelerated form, a life's arc compressed into 5 minutes of a space episode. The juxtaposition of Barney's collapse with Homer's triumph is not accidental. The show is observing something about the specific way that competence and incompetence are distributed and rewarded, that the systems designed to identify and cultivate capability often fail at exactly the moment when the capability is present, and succeed in placing the incapable in positions they should not hold. The vacation episodes are also, subtextually, about what leisure reveals about people. The Simpsons are interesting on vacation in ways they are not always interesting at home, because vacation strips away the routines and structures that normally regulate their behavior and exposes who they actually are. Homer without his work identity is a person in search of an identity, trying things on, finding distraction or adventure or disaster depending on the episode. Marge on vacation is often the most interesting version of herself, freed from household maintenance, encountering things that engage her genuine curiosity. Briefly the person she is when Springfield's domestic demands are not making continuous claims on her attention. The travel episodes also practically served as a production mechanism for expanding the show's visual world. Every new location required new backgrounds, new visual design, new details. The animators and production designers took these opportunities seriously, and the results often show a level of craft that the Springfield interior episodes don't require. The show's version of Paris, or Tokyo, or Washington, or even the fictional destinations, the fictional country of Brazil in the Carnival episode, is an exaggerated version of a real place in the way that Springfield is an exaggerated version of America, reflect genuine visual research and genuine artistic effort. The road trip episodes, the ones where the family is traveling through America rather than to a specific destination, are perhaps the most interesting in this category. Bart on the Road, from Season 7, is the best of these, a spring break episode in which Bart, Milhouse, Martin, and Nelson drive across America with forged licenses and end up in the most depressed corner of Tennessee. The episode's dark geography, the ruined towns, the failed economies, the specific American landscape of the post-industrial interior, is rendered with enough specificity to feel like genuine observation. Someone who wrote this episode had driven through places like the places in it. The comedy is built on real geography. What the travel and vacation episodes collectively reveal is that Springfield is both specific and universal in a way that the show can only demonstrate by putting it in contact with places that are different. When the Simpsons leave Springfield, they carry Springfield with them. Their assumptions, their values, their relationships, their conflicts. And the world's response to those Springfield-shaped people is how the show measures the distance between its town and reality. The distance is always significant. The comedy and the observation live in that distance. And when the family comes home, Springfield is slightly more visible for having been contrasted with everything that it isn't. Section 18. The medium talks to itself. The Simpsons as television about television. There is a version of The Simpsons that is a show about a family in a town. There is another version running simultaneously in the same episodes that is a show about television, about what television is, what it does, how it shapes the people who watch it, and the culture it exists inside of. The Simpsons is one of American television's most sustained pieces of self-criticism, embedded inside one of American television's most successful properties, in a position where it can observe and critique the medium it is part of without ever quite leaving it. The show's relationship to television begins with The Simpsons' own television consumption. Homer watches a lot of television. The show is extremely specific about this. Homer's engagement with the TV in the living room is one of his defining characteristics, and the show depicts it not as a neutral backdrop, but as something worth examining. Homer watches in a specific way, completely absorbed, completely uncritical, completely available to be affected by whatever the screen produces. He believes advertising. He is moved by melodrama. He laughs at slapstick with a reflexiveness that bypasses evaluation. He is, in the show's portrait of him as a viewer, the ideal audience member for the kind of television that most of television has always been. Passive, receptive, undiscriminating. Itchy and Scratchy, the cartoon within the cartoon, is the show's most direct self-examination of this relationship. Itchy and Scratchy is violent children's television, drawn as a parody of Tom and Jerry, in which the violence is extreme, explicit, and joyfully consequence-free. The Simpson children watch it with the same complete absorption that Homer brings to his viewing. They love it without evaluating it. They are affected by it. In the famous episode Itchy and Scratchy and Marge, where Marge campaigns against cartoon violence, and the show carefully refuses to resolve the question of whether she is right in ways they cannot articulate. The episode Itchy and Scratchy and Marge is the show's most careful piece of media criticism because it holds multiple contradictory positions simultaneously without resolving them. Marge is right that cartoon violence can influence children's behavior. The show provides evidence for this. Marge is also, in her censorship campaign, moving toward a suppression of creative expression that produces bad outcomes when extended. The episode's conclusion, where Marge's campaign succeeds with Itchy and Scratchy, and then she is asked to apply the same logic to a famous classical nude sculpture, reframes her position as inconsistent without resolving the underlying question about media influence. The show's treatment of the television industry is less forgiving. Behind the scenes of Itchy and Scratchy, the studio politics, the creative compromises, the relationship between creators and corporate owners, appears in several episodes and is drawn as one of the most corrupt and creatively bankrupt systems in Springfield. The people who make children's television in Springfield are motivated by profit and by the path of least resistance, and what they produce reflects this. Krusty, who fronts the show, has essentially no relationship to its content. The content is produced by committees whose interests are not the interests of the children watching. Krusty's television show more broadly is the show's portrait of children's entertainment as a commercial enterprise. The advertisements embedded in the show are for products that are explicitly bad for children. The segments between the advertisements are thin excuses to deliver the advertisements. The celebrity appearances are promotional. The charity work is photo opportunity. Krusty knows all of this and participates in it because it is his livelihood, because the alternative is not a cleaner version of children's television, but no television, no livelihood, no Krusty. The show's satire extends to local television news through the character of Kent Brockman, who is the show's most sustained portrait of the TV journalist. Brockman has the physical qualities of television credibility: the voice, the jaw, the hair, without the intellectual or ethical qualities that the role nominally requires. He follows the story. He constructs the narrative that his newscast requires. He delivers the tone appropriate to each piece of news without engagement with the actual content. He is alarming about alarming things and reassuring about reassuring things, and he does not distinguish between these based on whether the alarm or the reassurance is warranted. He is purely formal. The show has also, particularly in later seasons, been increasingly explicit about its own status as a media product, about the relationship between its commercial existence on Fox and its creative content, about the constraints and opportunities that a network deal produces, about the specific irony of a show that criticizes commercial culture being one of the most commercially successful properties in the history of the medium. The self-awareness was always present, but has become more direct over time, as the show has accumulated enough history to make its own history a subject. The meta-episodes, episodes explicitly about the making of The Simpsons, about the show's relationship to its audience, about what it means that the show has been running for this long, are the most formally interesting experiments of the later seasons, and some of them are genuinely good in ways that the regular episodic content of those seasons often is not. Behind the Laughter, the Season 11 mockumentary, is probably the best of these. It frames The Simpsons as a real family who became a television show, which produces the strange effect of the fictional family commenting on their own fictionalization. A loop of self-reference that the show executes with enough commitment to produce real comedy. The Simpsons is ultimately the show that watched the most television and thought the hardest about what watching television does. It knew what it was doing to the audience because it had studied what the audience did when television was doing things to it. And it used that knowledge not to protect the audience from its effects, but to make the effects visible, to show what absorption looks like, what manipulation looks like, what the gap between television's promise and television's delivery looks like from inside a show that was part of the delivery. This is a kind of honesty that the medium rarely turned on itself, and The Simpsons did it for 36 years while also being one of the most watched things on television. Section 19. The language Springfield gave America. It is genuinely unusual for a television show to alter the way a culture speaks. It happens occasionally. Specific phrases enter the language, specific expressions become so embedded in the vocabulary of their moment that they persist after the show that produced them has receded. But the scope of The Simpsons' influence on American English is on a different scale from any other entertainment property, and examining it closely reveals something important about the show's relationship to the culture it inhabits. Dough is in the dictionary. The Oxford English Dictionary added it in 2001, defined as an exclamation uttered when realizing one has just said or done something stupid, or when something has gone wrong. The actual word the show uses, and the spelling dough, are contested. The script for many years indicated simply annoyed grunt as the direction, and the sound that Dan Castellaneta produces is his own interpretation of a direction that left the sound itself undefined. The dictionary entry is for a sound that was never meant to be a word, produced by a voice actor interpreting a stage direction, that became so linguistically functional for so many English speakers that the primary authority on the language felt compelled to include it. Meh is a similar case. While not exclusively a Simpsons creation, the sound existed in Yiddish and in other contexts. The show's consistent use of meh as an expression of indifference, deployed by multiple characters across many seasons, contributed significantly to its entry into mainstream American speech. The word has become the standard expression of a specific emotional register. Not quite boredom, not quite contempt, more like the mild, effortless deflation of something that was supposed to be interesting and isn't, that the language previously required more words to express. The show compressed this into a single syllable. Embiggen and cromulent are the show's most elaborate linguistic contribution, and they deserve extended attention. In the season 7 episode Lisa the Iconoclast, the show needed a fake historical quote, a quote purportedly from Springfield's founder, Jebediah Springfield. That would sound appropriately inspirational without being obviously made up. The writers created a noble spirit embiggens the smallest man. They then needed a word that would serve as validation for embiggens, so they created cromulent, meaning valid or acceptable, and deployed it in a moment where a teacher, challenged on the word embiggens, responds that it is a perfectly cromulent word. Both words were coined for a single joke in a single episode. Both words are now in dictionaries. Begin was added to Merriam-Webster in 2018. The words migrated from a 30-second gag in 1996 to established English vocabulary in under 25 years because they filled genuine conceptual gaps. Begin is a useful word for a concept, to make bigger in scope or spirit, that English does not otherwise express cleanly, and its Simpsons origin has become irrelevant to its utility. The show's verbal legacy also includes dozens of phrases that are not quite in dictionaries, but that are part of the active vocabulary of a generation of American speakers. Why you little, as the lead-in to an act of frustrated physical response. Excellent, delivered with specific cadence as an expression of scheming satisfaction. Don't have a cow, as an instruction to relax. Eat my shorts, as a declaration of mild defiance. I didn't do it, deployed with enough knowing irony to indicate that the speaker obviously did do it. These are phrases that are recognizable to anyone who watched the show, that are used by people who may no longer remember their source, that have entered the ambient vocabulary of American cultural reference. The Simpsons also created, or at least popularized, a set of character types that now exist as verbal shorthand in cultural conversation. A real Ned Flanders type is a recognizable description. Acting like Mr. Burns communicates a specific kind of malevolent corporate behavior. Total Sideshow Bob indicates a person who is intelligent, but whose intelligence is deployed in service of obsessive and ultimately self-defeating goals. The characters have become types that the language can invoke without explaining, because the show has built them into the cultural vocabulary. This linguistic influence is evidence of something deeper about the show's relationship to American culture. A show that alters the language is a show that has occupied the culture at a level below the conscious. The phrases and words and characters that enter the ambient vocabulary are the ones that filled genuine needs, that named things the language couldn't previously name efficiently, that gave form to experiences that were otherwise inarticulate. The Simpsons gave Americans a vocabulary for specific kinds of frustration, for specific types of people, for specific qualities of experience. That was not available before the show existed. The show's writers were aware of this capacity and used it. The coinage of cromulent is not an accident. It is a joke about word formation, about the way that authority is constructed and conferred in language, and it is a joke that simultaneously demonstrates the mechanism it's mocking. The episode coins a word, deploys it as if it were legitimate, and within a generation, it is legitimate. The joke became the thing. The fake word became a real word. This is the Simpsons' relationship to culture in miniature. Springfield's language is also worth noting for its specific relationship to formality. The characters of Springfield speak in a register that is neither the polished language of television authority, the network news voice, the presidential cadence, nor the street vernacular that American comedy also draws from. They speak American English that is slightly heightened, slightly more articulate than average in its construction of absurdity, while maintaining the vocabulary and the rhythms of ordinary speech. This is a specific achievement. The writing is both funnier than ordinary speech and recognizable as ordinary speech. And the balance between these things is the show's most consistent technical accomplishment. The language Springfield gave America is, finally, the language of a specific kind of critical self-awareness, delivered in the cadences of daily life. It is the language that says "doh" when things go wrong instead of something more complicated, because sometimes the situation doesn't require more complication. It requires the precise, compressed acknowledgement that you knew this might happen and it happened anyway. It is the language that says "meh" when the thing promised was not delivered, without elaborating, because the elaboration is unnecessary and the single syllable captures everything. It is the language of a culture that has been watching itself long enough to have a vocabulary for what it sees. Section 20. The Simpsons as a portrait of grief, loss, and the things characters couldn't say. For a show that is primarily a comedy, The Simpsons has spent a remarkable amount of time in the vicinity of grief. Not dramatized, operatic grief, not the kind of grief that announces itself and demands the full attention of the narrative. Instead, the quiet, ambient grief of characters who have lost things and carry the loss without foregrounding it, who are shaped by absence in ways that their daily lives don't fully explain unless you know what's missing. The show handles death with a directness that is unusual for the format. Not guest characters or one-episode walk-ons, actual deaths of characters who matter. Maud Flanders, Bleeding Gums Murphy, Frank Grimes, Lionel Hutz, Troy McClure. The last two are necessities, the result of Phil Hartman's murder in 1998, and the show's handling of this, its decision not to recast and to simply let the characters recede, is one of the more dignified and genuinely sorrowful things the show has done. Bleeding Gums. Murphy's death in Round Springfield from Season 6 is the episode most often cited when the show's capacity for genuine feeling is discussed. The episode involves Lisa's discovery that her music idol and mentor is dying in a hospital, her attempts to reach him, and her grief when she doesn't reach him in time. The episode's final sequence, where Lisa plays Murphy's saxophone on television and his image appears in the clouds to say goodbye, is the kind of moment that the show earns in full, not through melodrama, but through the relationship the episode has built, through Lisa's genuine connection to this man and to what he represents for her. The moment lands because the show has done something throughout the Murphy episodes that it rarely did with guest characters. It made Murphy specifically himself, with a specific history and specific failures and specific grace. He was not a device for Lisa's plot. He was a person who existed in ways that exceeded his narrative function, and his death therefore had the weight that the death of a fully realized person carries. The show's grief work extends to the treatment of characters who have experienced loss before the episode begins, characters whose backstory contains absences that the present episodes acknowledge without dramatizing. Homer's childhood without his mother is in every episode he appears in, even the ones where it is never mentioned. It is the shape beneath his surface, the reason his need for love is so large and so poorly calibrated, the root of the specific quality of his attachment to Marge and his children. You don't need to watch the Mona Simpson episodes to feel it. It is already there. Ned's loss of Maud operates similarly. After A Hunka Hunka Burns in Love and the T-shirt cannon episode, Ned is changed. The show keeps him changed, even as it returns him to his comedic function. There is a beat in post-Maud Ned episodes, a moment of stillness, a slight extra weight in certain expressions. That is the show honoring its own history, maintaining the reality of loss against the tendency of the format to reset and forget. The hardest category of grief in the show is the grief of missed potential, of lives that could have been something and weren't, not through catastrophe but through the accumulation of ordinary choices and constraints and circumstances. Barney's pre-alcoholism ambitions, Marge's artistic career glimpsed in flashback, Homer's intelligence accessible only briefly through the removal of the crayon. These are not dramatic losses. Nobody died. Nothing visible was taken. But the shape of what's missing is still there. In every episode, in the gap between who these characters could have been and who the show has been permitted to make them. The show mourns this kind of loss without naming it. It holds it in the corners of episodes, in the moments between jokes, in the expressions that actors' voices produce when the character is operating near the edge of their own awareness of what their life has been. It is the grief of the ordinary, not the grief that produces drama and resolution, but the grief that produces texture, the gray that underlies the yellow. There is also the collective grief of the audience, the grief of watching the same family for 36 years, knowing that the actors behind the voices have aged and some have died, knowing that the show continues while the world in which it was first watched has changed so completely. Phil Hartman's absence from the show is the most obvious version of this. But there is also the death of Marcia Wallace, who voice misses Krabappel, and the show's decision to retire the character rather than recast her, and the single chalkboard sentence in the episode following her death. "We'll really miss you, Mrs. K," which is the chalkboard breaking the fourth wall for the first time to speak directly to the audience about a real loss. That moment is probably the most emotionally complex thing the chalkboard has ever done. It is a fictional character's space of punishment and humor being used to grieve a real person who gave that character her voice. It is the show acknowledging that its fictional world and the real world are not separate, that the real people who make the fictional people matter, that their losses are real losses, that the audience's relationship to the characters is always also a relationship to the people who create them. The Simpsons grieves quietly, in its specific way, through the persistence of memory in a show designed to forget. The characters forget. Springfield forgets. The reset happens, and the next episode begins. But the show's structure, the way its history accumulates in the background, the way the absence of characters continues to mean something even when it is not being addressed, the way that certain tones and colors and musical choices carry the weight of things that happened long ago, ensures that the grief is held even when it is not performed. This is the show at its most honest about what it is, a machine for preserving things that are already gone, playing them forward in the permanent present, keeping them alive in the only way available, not through resolution or tribute, but through continuation. The show continues. The grief continues inside the continuation, doing its quiet work, invisible to the audience on first viewing, and unmistakable to anyone who has been watching long enough to feel the weight of everything accumulated. Section 21. The economy of Springfield's relationships, friendship, loyalty, and betrayal. The friendships in Springfield are built on terms that aren't usually acknowledged, and understanding those terms reveals something important about the kind of community Springfield actually is. Homer and Moe have been friends for as long as the show implies, longer than Homer's friendship with Lenny and Carl in some readings, in the sense that Moe's tavern is the older relationship, the one that predates Homer's working life. But what is the friendship actually made of? Homer drinks at Moe's. He runs tabs he cannot pay. He treats Moe's as an extension of his home in ways that clearly benefit Homer more than they benefit Moe. Moe, for his part, serves Homer, insults him out of habit, and is genuinely, obviously glad Homer is there. The friendship is asymmetrical and sustaining at the same time. Homer takes, Moe gives. And neither of them would articulate it this way because the articulation would make it uncomfortable, and the comfort of the arrangement depends on its remaining unarticulated. Lenny and Carl are the show's most interesting friendship, partly because it is so consistent, and partly because the show is oblique about what exactly it consists of. They are always together. They appear together so constantly that their separateness as individuals becomes a question. There are episodes where they are treated as a unit to the degree that a joke requires asking whether they can function apart. The friendship is the basis of both their lives in Springfield, and the show has toyed with, occasionally very directly, the possibility that the friendship is something more than friendship. The show's handling of this is imperfect, but the underlying observation is accurate. Some friendships are the most significant relationship in a person's life. Structuring everything else, and the absence of a romantic framework for understanding them doesn't make them less central. Homer and Barney's friendship has already been discussed in the context of Barney's decline, but it deserves attention as a specific kind of male friendship, the one that was formed in youth and has never been renegotiated, that operates on terms established when both parties were different people, and that has become a kind of comfortable, slightly dishonest institution. Homer and Barney relate to each other as they related to each other in high school, with the added complication that Homer introduced Barney to alcohol and both parties have elected not to examine this. The friendship sustains itself through a silence about its own history that is neither malicious nor innocent, but simply human, the way that long friendships develop norms around the things that would damage them if looked at directly. Bart and Milhouse, as discussed, is the show's portrait of an unequal friendship, where the inequality is not malice but circumstance. Bart is more central, more confident, more capable of defining the terms, and Milhouse's devotion produces a kind of submission to those terms that is sometimes touching and sometimes uncomfortable. But there are episodes, mostly in the Golden Age, where the show allows Milhouse's specificity to assert itself, where his individual qualities, his specific anxieties, his occasional surprising courage, his ability to access feelings that Bart's defensive posture prevents him from touching, become the episode's center, and where the friendship reads as genuinely mutual rather than one-directional. The betrayals in Springfield are mostly small and mostly unresolved. Homer betrays Marge's trust in ways that the show acknowledges and the marriage absorbs. Bart betrays Lisa's trust and vice versa. Even Burns and Smithers, the show's most studied power dynamic, has its betrayals. Moments where Burns discards Smithers without apparent awareness of the cost, and moments where Smithers, privately, makes choices that prioritize his own dignity over his role. These betrayals don't accumulate into permanent damage because Springfield's social fabric is built to absorb them, to file them away in the same place the catastrophes go. the place from which nothing is retrieved. What the show understands about friendship is that it operates through mutual acceptance of each other's worst qualities alongside their best. That the friendships which last are the ones where the worst is already known and has already been survived. Homer's worst is well known to everyone in Springfield and has been survived repeatedly. This is the basis of his social security in a town that would seem, on paper, to offer him very little reason to belong. Section 22. Springfield's Schools and the Education That Never Took. Springfield Elementary School is an institution that exists primarily to demonstrate the gap between what an institution is supposed to do and what it actually does. The school is supposed to educate children. It does, in a measurable sense, approximately as much of this as its resources and incentive structures allow, which is not very much. The teachers are underpaid and overworked, and in several cases, clearly misaligned between their own capabilities and their professional circumstances. The administrators operate primarily in response to whatever external pressure is most acute at any given moment. The physical plant is deteriorating. The budget is permanently insufficient. Bart's experience at the school has been discussed, but the school's systemic failures extend well beyond any individual student. The most significant recurring demonstration of these failures is the relationship between Principal Skinner and Superintendent Chalmers, which is one of the show's great sustained pieces of institutional comedy. Chalmers arrives periodically from the district office to observe Skinner's administration of the school, and Skinner spends each visit performing competence in ways that bear no relationship to the school's actual operation. The elaborate misdirections, the impromptu cover-ups, the way that Skinner's entire manner shifts when Chalmers' car pulls up, these are the behaviors of a man who has fully internalized the distinction between what the institution is supposed to be doing and what it is actually doing, and who has made the management a maya of this gap his primary skill. The comedy of Skinner-Chalmers is the comedy of institutional theater. Chalmers is himself engaged in a kind of theater. He is performing supervision, performing accountability, performing the role of the oversight that is supposed to keep institutions honest. Both men are performing for each other, and neither is performing for the children the school exists to serve. The kids are absent from the frame of the institutional relationship. They are the nominal justification for the whole apparatus, the reason the school exists, the thing toward which all its resources and procedures are officially directed. And they are completely invisible in the dynamic that actually determines how those resources are deployed. Mrs. Crabapple, as Bart's teacher, is the school's human face of this systemic failure. She is a teacher who has stopped teaching in the way that teaching is supposed to work, who delivers material without engagement, who manages her classroom through indifference rather than connection, who has substituted the forms of instruction for its substance. The show is honest enough to attribute this not to character failure, but to the specific conditions of the job: the underpayment, the disrespect, the absence of administrative support, the presence of Bart. She is not a bad teacher who became indifferent. She is a person who probably was a good teacher at some point, and who has been ground down by conditions that good teachers cannot sustain good teaching in forever. The episode Grade School Confidential from Season 8, where Skinner and Krabappel begin a secret romantic relationship, is interesting partly for what it reveals about these characters' private lives, and partly for what it reveals about the school. Both of them are lonely. Both of them have built their professional identities around institutions that have not returned the investment in kind. The school asked for their time and their energy and their presence, and does not provide meaning in exchange, does not provide the sense that the work matters, that the students are changed, that the institution's actual purpose is being served. The relationship between them is the human thing that happens in the gap left by institutional meaninglessness. The Springfield Elementary Library is missing most of its books. The gymnasium has broken equipment. The cafeteria serves food that the show implies is below the quality threshold of what people would voluntarily eat outside a captive situation. The science lab has equipment from multiple decades ago. None of this is the result of a single bad decision. It is the result of years of underfunding, of deferred maintenance, of a school budget that is perpetually subordinated to other municipal priorities: Burns's tax concessions, the mayor's various projects, and that cannot advocate for itself because the people it serves are children who cannot vote. The school's failures are the town's failures writ small, is the show's ultimate observation about Springfield Elementary. The school is what it is because the community that funds it has made choices repeatedly over years about what it values and what it is willing to pay for. The children in the school are the measure of those choices. Section 23. The things Homer has done. An inventory of consequence-free actions. Homer Simpson has, over the course of his television life, done things that in any realistic setting would have ended him. Not just the physical impossibilities, surviving falls from cliffs, being shot, being electrocuted, being hit by vehicles, but the social and professional impossibilities. He has committed fraud. He has trespassed. He has assaulted people, including his employer. He has violated federal regulations in ways that would ordinarily result in criminal charges. He has destroyed property at a scale that would bankrupt a family of his means. He has said things in public on multiple occasions that would result in permanent social expulsion in any community with memory. Springfield has memory, but Springfield does not act on it. This is the mechanism the show uses to sustain Homer's life, and it is not merely a production convenience. It is the show's observation about the specific conditions under which some people face consequences for their actions and others don't. Homer faces few consequences because he is the kind of person who is constituted by his community as not quite accountable. He is big, jovial, obviously unmalicious in his intentions, someone the people around him have always found it easier to forgive than to hold accountable, partly because the accountability would require more effort than the forgiveness, and partly because forgiveness allows the relationship to continue, and the relationship, for most of the people in Homer's life, is more valuable than the alternative. The show is aware that this is not how accountability usually works. Homer's enemy makes this explicit. It shows us what Frank Grimes sees when he looks at Homer's life and its consequences, which is the unmistakable shape of a person who has been exempted from the rules that apply to everyone else. Frank's response is to go mad because there is no sane response to the full realization of how unevenly the world distributes consequence. But the show is also doing something else, something that is less often acknowledged. Homer's consequence-free life is not presented as admirable. It is presented as the life of someone who has been kept small by his exemption from consequence, who has never had to change because he has never been sufficiently compelled to change, and who therefore remains exactly as he was at the beginning of the show, entertaining and lovable and stuck. The absence of consequence is not a gift. It is a trap. Homer is preserved by his exemptions in the same amber that preserves Springfield, fixed in place, unable to develop, returned always to his starting position. The things Homer has done, the complete inventory, episode by episode across 36 seasons, would constitute, taken seriously, one of the most comprehensive records of human failure in American popular culture. Not dramatic failure. Quotidian failure. The failure of the person who tries and falls short, who means well and produces harm, who loves sincerely and hurts carelessly, over and over in every combination, without learning at the rate that learning should occur. The inventory is not evidence of malice. It is evidence of a specific kind of human limitation, the limitation of good intentions without sufficient capacity for their realization, that the show treats, finally, with something between compassion and horror, depending on the episode. Section 24. Why the later seasons are better than you remember. There is a strong consensus in Simpsons discourse that the show peaked in seasons 3 through 8 and declined precipitously after season 9. This consensus is not wrong exactly, but it is reductive in ways that have caused people to dismiss some genuinely good television. The shows that are called the best of the later seasons, the individual episodes from seasons 10 through 20 that hold up against anything in the Golden Age, are rarely discussed in the same breath as the Golden Age, even when they deserve to be. The Old Man and the Key from season 13 is not a great episode, but HOMR from season 12, in which Homer has the crayon removed from his brain and briefly becomes intelligent, is excellent. The emotional logic is sound, the comedy serves the feeling and the conclusion, where Homer chooses to have the crayon replaced because intelligence in Springfield is unbearable, is one of the show's most honest statements about what the show believes about its own world. The Dad Who Knew Too Little from season 14 is imperfect, but contains a genuinely affecting late-act scene between Homer and Lisa that earns its emotion. Milhouse Doesn't Live Here Anymore from season 15 is better than it has any right to be, using Milhouse's temporary departure from Springfield to examine what Bart's social world actually looks like when its central relationship is removed. These are not Golden Age episodes. They are also not the disasters that the post-season 9 narrative implies. The later show's problem is not quality failure across the board. It is inconsistency. The inability to sustain the quality standards of the Golden Age with the same regularity. The presence of episodes that are genuinely weak alongside episodes that are genuinely good. And the way that the weak episodes loom larger in the memory than the good ones because they represent what the show failed to be when it could have been more. The Golden Age was consistent. The later show has been inconsistent. Inconsistency at the scale. The Simpsons operates at produces a lot of good television that gets dismissed because it shares a time slot with bad television. The later seasons also contain the show's most interesting formal experiments. The Miyazaki episode, the Lego episode, the live-action couch gags, the episodes that engage directly with the show's own mythology in ways that require decades of history to work. These experiments are not always successful, but they represent a show that is still interested in what it can do rather than simply executing a formula. The Golden Age's confidence came from certainty about the form. The later show's occasional brilliance comes from uncertainty, from a show that is no longer sure exactly what it is, and is therefore willing to try things it wouldn't have tried when it was surer. The decline is real. The decline is also not the complete story. There are people who are watching The Simpsons for the first time in its later seasons who are encountering a show that still, in its best moments, does things that nothing else on television does. That is not nothing. That is, in fact, the most resilient thing about The Simpsons. Even at reduced force, it remains more formally ambitious and more culturally observant than most of what surrounds it. Section 25. The World That Springfield Built. American Culture After The Simpsons. The Simpsons changed American comedy in ways that are now so thoroughly absorbed into the culture that they are invisible. The influence is not felt as influence because it has become the baseline. The default assumptions of what American television comedy is and what it can do have been so thoroughly reset by the show that imagining a pre-Simpsons landscape requires deliberate effort. Before The Simpsons, primetime animated television was a ghetto, a format for children's programming and nostalgic reruns, not for the kind of adult, targeted, culturally ambitious work that the show represented. The show opened a door that has never closed. Family Guy, South Park, Archer, Bob's Burgers, Futurama, Rick and Morty. All of them are direct inheritors of the space the show created, and all of them acknowledge this, some directly and some through the forms they work in. The specific things the show gave to animated comedies' inheritors are concrete. It demonstrated that animation could sustain complex emotional relationships across many episodes, that the format was not limited to episodic gags, but could carry the weight of actual character development and genuine feeling. It demonstrated that animated comedy could engage directly with political and cultural issues without losing its entertainment function, that the cartoon could be the delivery mechanism for serious observation without either the observation or the entertainment being compromised. It demonstrated that the gap between children's animation and adult animation was artificial and unnecessary, that the same form could serve both audiences simultaneously through the layering of different kinds of content in the same material. It also gave American comedy a specific comic rhythm, the rapid deflation, the sudden left turn, the joke that undercuts the expected emotional conclusion. That has become so widely adopted, it is now the ambient rhythm of American comedy writing. The Simpsons did not invent irony in American comedy. It did not invent the self-aware joke. But it systematized these things, made them structural rather than occasional, built them into the DNA of a show that was watched by enough people for long enough that they became the expectation rather than the exception. American television drama was also changed, though this is less often acknowledged. The Simpsons demonstrated that popular entertainment could be analytically rigorous about American institutions and culture, could make observations that were genuinely critical, genuinely specific, and genuinely informed, without losing its popular audience. This opened space for the kind of prestige television that dominated the 2000s and 2010s, shows that combined entertainment values with the analytical ambitions that had previously belonged to literary fiction or serious journalism. The Sopranos, The Wire, Mad Men, all of these are operating in a cultural landscape that The Simpsons helped to create, in which popular entertainment is expected to be smart about the world it depicts. Springfield also changed how Americans think about the places they live. The show's portrait of the American town, its corruption, its dysfunction, its community, its absurdity, became a reference point for how Americans understood and discussed their own local environments. "This is very Springfield" is a recognizable shorthand, understood without explanation, for a specific kind of local dysfunction. The show made a vocabulary for local political and social failure that people have applied to their actual communities, which has altered how those communities see themselves. The Simpsons watched America for 36 years and reported back. The report was funny and specific and sustained and honest, in ways that made it possible for a very large number of people to recognize something they had been living inside without having seen clearly. This is the show's ultimate achievement. Not the predictions, not the linguistic coinages, not the cultural references, not even the comedy, though all of these are real. Its ultimate achievement is that it made Springfield and America see each other clearly, across the yellow skin and the glowing plant, and the 36 years of permanent present, and the seeing was the point all along. The town goes on, the family goes on, the show goes on. And somewhere in the background of every episode that has aired since 1989, the plant's cooling towers are still turning, and the river is still glowing, and Homer is still asleep at his console, and Marge is still worried, and Lisa is still playing her saxophone, and Bart is still at the chalkboard writing the thing he has been told to write again and again in the specific hope that if he writes it enough times, something will change. It won't, and it doesn't matter. Springfield is not a lesson to be learned. It is a place to be seen. And now that you've spent this long looking, really looking, you'll never quite see it the same way again. Section 26. The 36 Years in Detail. A season-by-season portrait of what changed and what didn't. Season 1 of The Simpsons is a different show from every subsequent season, and it is worth understanding why. The animation is cruder. The characters have slightly wrong proportions. The lines are less clean, the color work less refined, but the content is also different in register. The first season's episodes are relatively quiet by the show's later standards. They deal with recognizable family situations in ways that feel grounded rather than escalated. Homer tries to buy Bart a birthday present. Marge gets a job. Bart falls in love with his teacher. Lisa performs in a school concert. These are the premises of a family sitcom, and the show treats them as such. What is already present in the first season is the show's specific quality of attention. The writing is not generic sitcom writing, the observations are specific, the characters are already more than their types, and the comedy arises from truth rather than from formula. But the show had not yet found the distance from realism that would allow it to do what it became. Season 1 is The Simpsons with most of the handbrake on. Season 2 is where the show finds itself. Bart Gets an F and Bart the Daredevil and Homer vs. Lisa and the Eighth Commandment are episodes that establish what the show can do, the capacity to be genuinely funny and genuinely feeling in the same 22 minutes, the capacity to take a simple premise and discover in it more than the premise appeared to contain. The Season 2 introduction of Blinky, the three-eyed fish, is the first explicit deployment of the nuclear contamination theme. Sideshow Bob appears for the second time and is confirmed as a recurring presence. The show's world begins to fill in. Season 3 is where the writing becomes consistently excellent. The arrival of Conan O'Brien as a staff writer is visible in the season's comedic rhythms. A quicker, more literary kind of wit alongside the character-based humor that the earlier seasons established. Homer at the Bat is one of the great sustained pieces of absurdist comedy in American television. Flaming Moe's is the show's first fully realized treatment of Moe's character. Lisa the Greek is the show at its most tender. The season ends with Brother, Can You Spare 2 Dimes?, which introduces Homer's half-brother Herbert and is, by the end, one of the more emotionally generous things the show has done. Season 4 is the most frequently cited peak season, and the claim is defensible. Homer the Heretic, Marge versus the monorail, Last Exit to Springfield, Homer's Triple Bypass, Whacking Day, Krusty Gets Cancelled. This is a run of episodes that does not include a single weak entry, that sustains the show's highest standard of comedy and character work across 22 episodes. The season's batting average is exceptional. The season also introduces, or develops, several of the show's most important ongoing threads: the labor relations at the plant, the Sideshow Bob mythology, the depth of Krusty's character, the show's capacity for formal experiment within the anthology format. Season 5 expands on this foundation. Rosebud is Burns at his most human, a portrait of an old man whose desires have become so reduced by age and power that what he wants is a childhood teddy bear. And it is one of the show's great character episodes. Homer Goes to College is the show's most precise satire of American university culture. Cape Fear has already been discussed. Lady Bouvier's lover is one of the show's best treatments of Abe's character. Homer's barbershop quartet invents a complete alternative history for the show's world and is better than it should be. Season 6 is the other candidate for peak season, and the case is strong. Bard of Darkness opens the season with a sustained piece of Hitchcock homage that is also a genuine mystery episode. Homer Badman is the show's sharpest single piece of media criticism about the way that television news constructs narratives from incomplete information. Bart's Girlfriend is the show at its most daring in terms of character work, giving Bart a love interest who is genuinely more interesting and more morally complex than he is. Homer the Great is already discussed. A Star is Burns is a festival of comedy theory and film criticism. The PTA Disbands is the best treatment of institutional failure in the school episodes. Season 7 has claims to being the most emotionally rich season. Lisa the Vegetarian, already discussed at length, is here alongside Bart Sells His Soul, Homer the Smithers, scenes from the class struggle in Springfield, Marge's best episode, 22 short films about Springfield, the most formally ambitious regular episode in the show's run, and Summer of 4 Feet 2, Lisa's most affecting episode. The season also contains Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2, and the resolution, or non-resolution, of the show's first major serialized mystery. Season 8 is the last season where the show's quality is consistently excellent, and it is worth noting that several of its best episodes are among the least discussed. You Only Move Twice, in which Homer works briefly for a Bond villain, is possibly the funniest single episode the show has made, sustained at a pitch of comic invention that few 22 minutes of television have matched. Homer's Phobia is the show's most direct engagement with queer visibility and deserves to be discussed more than it is. The Springfield Files is already discussed. Homer versus the 18th Amendment is the show's most complete piece of Prohibition-era comedy. The season ends with The Secret War of Lisa Simpson, which is among the show's most honest treatments of Lisa's isolation and determination. Season 9 is where the consensus locates the decline, and specifically the episode The Principal and the Pauper, already discussed extensively, is usually cited as the trigger. Whether or not that episode is the cause or the symptom of a shift, the season is demonstrably more uneven than its predecessors. There are excellent episodes. Lisa's Sax is a beautiful origin story. Bart Carney has genuine warmth. There are also episodes that feel like they are operating on a different set of assumptions about what the show should do. Assumptions that prioritize the spectacular and the absurd over the specific and the human that the best episodes have always served. The next several seasons, 10 through 14, contain enough good episodes that writing them off entirely is inaccurate. And yet the Golden Age's consistency is genuinely absent. The variable that has changed is probably the writing room, which by season 10 has largely turned over from the group that built the show to a new cohort. This is normal for long-running television. What it produces, in the specific case of The Simpsons, is a show that knows how to do what the show does without quite understanding why those things worked. A distinction that produces technically competent episodes that are missing the specific quality of the best work. The season 12 through 16 period includes several of the show's most formally interesting experiments, alongside some of its most obviously uninspired regular episodes. HOMR is already discussed. Trilogy of Error is an ambitious, multi-perspective episode. The seemingly never-ending story is a nested narrative experiment that works better than it should. These are episodes that are trying things. They are surrounded by episodes that are not. Seasons 17 through 25 constitute what might be called the plateau period, the show at a stable level of inconsistent quality, producing several good episodes per season alongside several weak ones, maintaining its cultural presence and its audience without reaching the heights of the golden age or the depths that the show's worst moments would have predicted. The couch gags from this period are frequently better than the episodes they attach to. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are reliably enjoyable. The show's formal intelligence persists in the margins even when the main content has become routine. The most recent seasons, 26 onward, include the formal experiments already discussed, Barthood, the Miyazaki episode, the Don Hertzfeldt couch gags, and reflect a show that is increasingly interested in its own history as subject matter. The floating timeline, the accumulated mythology, the relationship between the show's present and its past, these become explicit subjects in ways that the earlier seasons would not have permitted. A show that has been running for 36 years has no choice but to eventually make its own duration part of what it's about. What the season-by-season portrait reveals is not a simple arc of ascent and decline, but something more complex. A show that found a way of working in its middle periods that was exceptional and has since been unable to maintain that exceptionality, while also being unable to stop producing genuine achievement entirely. The Golden Age's best episodes are some of the finest television ever made. The later show's best episodes are some of the better television of their era. And 36 seasons of anything is an extraordinary amount of content, which means that the total volume of good television the show has produced, spread across its peaks and its lesser periods, is larger than almost any other series in American history. The show is not over yet. Whatever its next seasons contain, more formal experiment, more mythology engagement, the occasional episode that recalls the quality of the best years, the occasional episode that does not, will add to a body of work that is already, by any reasonable measure, one of the most significant cultural productions the United States has made in the last half-century. Not because it is always excellent, because it has been present, consistently, doing something real and specific and honest about the country it comes from, for longer than anything else like it. That's the season-by-season portrait. That's 36 years. 36 years of the same family, the same town, the same cracked cooling towers, the same river with the three-eyed fish. 36 years of someone watching and writing and drawing and voicing and scoring and animating the same yellow people in the same impossible geography, trying to say something true about the American experience in a form that the American experience would actually consume. Whether it always succeeded, whether the second decade matched the first, whether the later seasons deserved their reputation, all of this is less important than the simple fact of the duration. Nobody else did this. Nobody else made this much of this thing. And in the making, they made something that is more than the sum of its seasons, more than the total of its episodes, more than any single moment in its long run. Springfield is still there. The show is still going. The couch is still waiting. Section 27. The Minor Miracles. Small moments that made the show immortal. There is a category of Simpsons moment that resists summarization and resists argument. It is not the great set piece, not the perfect joke construction, not the political satire at its most acute. It is something smaller, a gesture, a beat, an expression, a line that lands in exactly the right way at exactly the right moment, and produces in the viewer something that exceeds what any individual element should be capable of producing. These are the minor miracles of the show, and they are why the show is still discussed with the same intensity 36 years in. The moment in And Maggie Makes Three where Homer's work plaque is revealed, covered with Maggie's picture, is one. Not the fact of it. The fact is sweet and predictable, the kind of ending a story about why Homer stays in a job he hates was going to require. What is not predictable is the quality of the moment's rendering, the way the camera finds the plaque, the specific arrangement of the photos, the music's restraint. The show has been building to this and delivers it without overselling it, and the result is the thing that makes people cry at animated television, which should not be possible and which is possible because the show earned it. The moment in Last Exit to Springfield, where Homer, negotiating with Burns, is clearly not present in the negotiation, where the crosscut between his blank face and Burns's escalating threats produces a laugh that is also, somehow, a piece of genuine observation about the nature of power and the ways that its exercise can be confused from the outside with resistance, is another. The moment works because it is true. Homer's incapacity to engage on Burns's terms is indistinguishable, from Burns's perspective, from Homer choosing not to engage. The void reads as confidence. The absence reads as strategy, and the show earns this observation through the specific quality of the rendering. Dan Castellaneta's performance, the timing of the cuts, the slight music cue that tells you what Homer is actually thinking about. There is the moment in Homer versus Patty and Selma where Homer, at the lowest point of the episode's humiliation, quietly helps Bart maintain the fiction of his ballet performance in front of his classmates. He does this by sitting in the audience and cheering with a sincerity that Bart doesn't ask for and didn't expect. No joke, no commentary, just Homer doing, without being asked, the right thing for his son in a moment that the episode has not set up as a moment of paternal recognition. It is the show trusting its audience to receive something that is not labeled. There is the moment in Bart Gets an F where Bart, having genuinely tried and still failed his test, is told by Mrs. Crabapple that he passed by 1 point, and he begins crying, and she is briefly confused by the tears, and then she understands, and there is a moment of genuine human recognition between them that the rest of their relationship has never produced and will not produce again. It is a moment that earns itself entirely within the episode, through setup and payoff, and it is also a moment that is just true, that captures something real about the relationship between effort and result, about the specific feeling of making it by the smallest possible margin, about what passes between two people when one of them sees the other in a moment of genuine vulnerability. There is the specific cadence of the exchanges between Homer and Abe Simpson, the way that every scene between them carries the residue of the lying and the loss and the specific failure of fathers to be what their children needed, without ever being about any of these things, the comedy conducting the pain at a frequency that keeps it bearable. There is the specific quality of Lisa's saxophone playing, the way the show's composers and directors treat it as genuinely musical rather than as a cartoon prop, so that when Lisa plays with feeling, the feeling is in the playing. There is the small thing that Marge does with her hands when she is trying to hold something together, the way the animation captures the physical expression of a person who is managing too much and is managing it quietly, which is a piece of physical comedy that is also a piece of character truth. These moments accumulate over 36 seasons into something that is more than any of them individually. They are evidence that the show was made by people who were paying attention to everything, who cared about the small things as much as the large ones, who understood that the small things are often the large ones in disguise. A show that produces this many minor miracles across this many years is not a show that got lucky. It is a show that built a culture of attention, and that culture of attention made everything possible. The minor miracles are the show's truest legacy. Not the cultural impact, not the linguistic coinages, not the critical reputation, not even the great episodes. Though all of these are real and significant, the minor miracles are the show at its most irreducible. The moments where the accumulated skill and care and intelligence of everyone who made it converges on something that could not have been planned and could not have been produced without everything that preceded it. They are the show's proof of life. It's evidence that behind the format and the premise and the production machinery, something human was always happening. The next time you watch an episode, any episode from any season, watch for the minor miracles. They are there. They have always been there. You just have to be paying the same kind of attention the show was paying when it made them. Section 28. Coming Home. Why Springfield will always be there. The last thing to understand about The Simpsons is also the simplest. It is a show about home. Not about the specific house at 742 Evergreen Terrace, though that house is one of the most recognizable fictional addresses in American history. Not about Springfield exactly, though Springfield is one of the most fully realized fictional locations in the history of entertainment. It is about home as a feeling, about the experience of belonging to a place and a family, and a set of relationships that are familiar enough to be comforting and complicated enough to require constant navigation. Homer comes home at the end of every episode. The family assembles. The house is as it was. The neighborhood is as it was. Whatever happened in the 22 minutes before the credits roll, however far Homer traveled, however dramatically the crisis escalated, however completely the world seemed to change, the last beat is the return, the reassembly, the resumption of the ordinary. This is the show's commitment. This is what it has been promising since the first episode and delivering since then, every week for 36 years. The promise is not that everything will be fine. The show knows better than to make that promise and has violated it frequently and deliberately. The promise is more specific than that. The family will be together. The house will be there. The couch will be there. Whatever else is true, this will be true. For the audience, this promise has accumulated across decades into something that resembles, in its emotional function, what the characters feel about Springfield. The viewers have a home in this show, a place they know, a place that does not change, a place where the faces are familiar, and the voices are familiar, and the specific rhythm of the opening theme tells them, before anything else has happened, that they are somewhere they have been before and can be again. This is the show's deepest gift and its most powerful hold. People who haven't watched in 20 years will sit down and watch an episode and feel, within 30 seconds of the theme, that they are somewhere they belong. The show is built to produce this feeling. Its consistency, its permanence, its floating timeline, all of these are in service of the feeling of returning, the feeling of a home that has not changed while everything else has. The Springfield that has been waiting for you across every season, across every format change, across every creative shift and cast change and cultural moment, is the same Springfield you first found whenever you first found it. It has the same yellow sky and the same cooling towers and the same family running for the same couch. It has the same Homer, the same Marge, the same children who will never grow up, the same town that will never quite learn its lesson. It is waiting for you now. It will be waiting when you come back. It is, in the most literal sense of the word, a place that doesn't forget you. Because it doesn't forget anything. Because it doesn't allow anything to be forgotten. Because its structure is the structure of a permanent present that holds everything in place, everything intact, everything exactly as you left it. That is what Springfield is, right? That is what the show has always been. Not a prediction and not a mystery and not a conspiracy, though it has been all of those things in the hands of the people who love it most. It is a home built out of yellow people and impossible geography and 36 years of someone paying attention to something that matters. Come back whenever you're ready. The lights are on. Homer is making something questionable for dinner. Marge is worried about something specific that will probably happen. Bart is about to do something he will not regret. Lisa is alone in her room with her saxophone, and Maggie is watching all of it from her spot on the floor, knowing everything she knows, saying nothing. Springfield is not finished with you yet. Section 29. The Writer's Room. Who actually made this show? The Simpsons was made by an extraordinarily unusual group of people, and understanding who they were illuminates almost everything about what the show became. The writing staff that built the show's golden age was not assembled from television veterans. It was assembled from comedy writers who came disproportionately from the Harvard Lampoon, the university comedy magazine that produced a specific tradition of literary, heavily referential American humor, and from backgrounds in academic subjects that had no obvious application to animated sitcom writing. Al Jean and Mike Rice, who ran the show in seasons 3 and 4, came from the Lampoon tradition. Conan O'Brien, who wrote Marge versus the Monorail, and several other essential episodes before leaving to host Late Night, also came from the Lampoon. The room's culture was one in which being funny was the baseline expectation, not the achievement, and the achievement was being specific, observant, and willing to commit fully to whatever direction a premise opened up, however far from the mainstream that direction led. The specific kind of intelligence that the show required of its writers was unusual. It required the capacity to hold multiple registers simultaneously, to write a joke that was funny on its surface and also contained an observation, to construct a scene that was entertaining as physical comedy and also revealed something true about the characters, to make a political argument that was also a good story. These are not easy things. They require a specific combination of skills that is not common, and the room that built the show assembled enough people with that combination to sustain a quality level across many seasons that is, by any comparative measure, exceptional. The writers also had to understand the specific logic of Springfield, to know the town and the characters and their history well enough to add to them without breaking what had already been built. This is harder than it sounds for a fictional world as specific as Springfield. The show's consistency, at its best, is the consistency of a world that has been built by many people who all understood its rules, which requires both the rules to be clear and the people to care about them. The Golden Age writers clearly cared about the rules. They cared about the history they were building, the characters they were developing, the world they were incrementally filling in. Matt Groening, Sam Simon, the often overlooked third creator, whose contributions to the show's early development are finally receiving appropriate recognition, and James L. Brooks, whose role was partly creative and partly the prestige and credibility that allowed the show to exist at all in the form it took, established the conditions in which the writer's room could produce what it produced. The conditions included freedom, genuine creative freedom to take episodes in unexpected directions, to pursue jokes past the point of comfort, to make the show be things that animated primetime television had not been before. And they included standards, the expectation that everything should be as good as the best available version of itself, that laziness was not acceptable, that the audience's intelligence was to be respected rather than managed. The transition from the Golden Age writing room to subsequent writing rooms is not a story of sudden failure. It is a story of the specific combination of people and circumstances that produced the Golden Age being unrepeatable. Not because later writers were less talented, but because the specific alchemy of that specific room at that specific moment in the show's development cannot be reproduced. Every long-running show has a version of this story. The Simpsons version of it is unusually well documented because the show's quality difference between its peak and its later periods is unusually visible. What can be said looking at the complete history of the writing room is that the people who made the show across all its seasons cared about it, that the room's culture of caring about the work persisted even when the work's quality became more variable. The show's longevity is itself evidence of this care. You do not sustain something for 36 seasons, maintain its fundamental identity, keep its characters recognizable and its world coherent, through indifference. Whatever the later seasons lack in comparison with the Golden Age, they do not lack commitment to the enterprise. The Simpsons was made by people who loved comedy and who thought carefully about America and who had the specific combination of education and instinct and humor and willingness to work that allowed them to do what they did. The show is their monument, not in the sense of a memorial to something completed, but in the sense of something still standing, still visible, still doing the thing it was built to do. The writer's room created Springfield. Springfield outlived them. And the Springfield that outlived them is still, by the standards of what it has always been, recognizably the thing they made. Section 30. What 36 years of watching actually does to a person. There are people who have watched The Simpsons every week since 1989. They have watched it as children, as teenagers, as young adults, as middle-aged adults. They have watched it with parents, with roommates, with partners, with children of their own. They have watched it in different countries, in different circumstances, on different technologies. On CRT televisions with VHS tapes, on DVDs, on streaming platforms, on phones. The show has been a constant in their cultural lives for longer than most other things they can name. What does this do to a person? Not just in terms of cultural reference, not just in terms of the show's specific imprint on their vocabulary and their sense of humor, and their understanding of American civic dysfunction. But in the deeper sense, what does it mean to have something persist in your life across this many years? To watch the same family go through the same kind of adventures while you go through entirely different ones, to return to something over and over that does not change while you do? The answer, which the show has earned the right to suggest through its own exploration of this question, is that it makes the thing watched into a kind of companion. Not a friend exactly, not in the way that real relationships are friendships, but something that functions as a companion in the more modest sense, something that is reliably there, that does not require maintenance, that is available in the specific way that television is available, on your terms and in your time. For the generation that grew up with Bart as a contemporary, The show has functioned as a specific kind of marker, a way of locating yourself in time by reference to where the show was when you were at a particular age. The episodes you watched at 10 are different from the episodes you watched at 20, which are different from the ones you watch now, even if the episodes themselves have not changed. The episodes of your childhood carry your childhood in them the way that songs carry the specific feeling of the time when you first heard them. They are not just themselves, they are also you then. This is the show's final achievement and its most personal one. It has been present long enough and been itself consistently enough that the people who have watched it can use it as a kind of external memory, can return to specific episodes and find in them not just the episode but the experience of watching it at a particular time in a particular life. The show became a time capsule for the people who loved it, storing their past in its permanent present, keeping those pasts available for retrieval in a way that most of their actual experience is not. Springfield does not age, but the people who watch Springfield do. And the gap between the frozen town and the aging audience is where the show's deepest meaning lives. In the space between the image and the person looking at it, between the perpetual present of the show and the specific, irreversible time of the life it has accompanied. The couch is still there. Homer still falls into it with the specific impact of someone who has been looking forward to this all day. Marge's hair is still the same blue it was in 1989. Lisa is still 8. Bart is still 10. The plant is still running. You are older than you were the first time you watched this. You have lived things the Simpsons haven't. You have lost people who watched it with you. You have become someone different from the person who first sat down in front of this show. In whatever room you were in, at whatever age you were, the first time the theme music played and the cloud parted over Springfield and you thought, whatever you thought, and the episode began. All of that is yours. The show kept none of it. The show just waited, as it always has in its permanent Sunday night present, for you to come back and watch. And you do. You come back. Again and again, across years and decades, and all the changes that years and decades bring, you find your way back to the couch on Evergreen Terrace. That is the show's real prediction. Not Trump, not smartwatches, not the Disney-Fox merger. The real prediction is this, that you would always come back. That no matter how old you got, or how much changed, or how many seasons you fell behind, there would always be a version of you that needed 22 minutes in Springfield. The show was right. It has always been right about this one thing. You're here, aren't you? A final note. If you made it this far, you've spent a long time in Springfield. More time than any single episode. More time than most movie marathons. More time than the show probably expected any single viewer to give it in one sitting. That time is yours. The show didn't take it. You chose it. You chose to follow the cooling towers and the three-eyed fish and the floating timeline and the coma and the shooting and the yellow skin and the 36 years of a family that refuses to age through all of it to the end of this particular conversation about a show that will outlast this video by many years. What you carry out of this is whatever you found in it that was already true for you. The observations about the plant, or about Homer's brain, or about Maggie's silence, or about the school, or about what Ned Flanders is really made of, or about why the show couldn't let the timeline move. Those observations were already there in the show. They have been there since the first episode aired in December 1989. The show has been waiting for the right viewer to find them in the right moment. Whether this was the right moment is something only you can judge. Springfield is still there, the show is still going. And somewhere in the amber of that permanent present, Homer is just getting home from the plant, walking through the door, dropping his keys on the counter, calling into the house to ask what's for dinner. The door closes behind him. The lights are on. Everyone is home. That's the whole show. That was always the whole show. Thanks for watching.